All right, I'm going to call the meeting of September 7th, 2021 to order.
And let the record show all council members are present with the exception of council member Ferguson.
Right.
And
Is there any comments?
yes, ma'am, we have two
All right,
concerning closed session. And the first one is from John Urbanek.
You ready?
Mhm.
I brought tonight and delivered to you and also sent you a link of my affidavit of complaint regarding an incident that happened to me yesterday. Is this on?
yes, it is.
Okay. An incident that happened to me yesterday at Ole Hanson Beach Club with 24 Karat, a member of 24 Karat staff. I walk by there every day and I'll tell you, it's always bothered me, that sign that says this is private property, because that is public property. It is not private property. It's public property that you lease to 24 Carats Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from sunset to sunrise. Okay, sunrise to sunset, they word it differently each way. So I have happened to see them have 3 events over the last 4 weeks on Mondays. And they actually had 2 events Monday yesterday. So I went to take pictures so that I could address it with the city council. And I was told I had to leave the premises and was not allowed to photograph because I was trespassing on private property. And I said, no, this is public property. Here's the sign. You guys are not supposed to be here today. And the first man that met me went in and got a second man, and his name is, well, I put it in here. I can't think of his name. It's a real common name, but I put it in here. And he was very rude, very threatening. And he actually said if I didn't leave the premises, he was going to call the sheriff and have me arrested. To which I said, please call the sheriff because I want to file a complaint about you. So we waited while he called and he wasn't getting anywhere. So I said, I'm going to go walk down the street. If you talk to the sheriff, send him down after me. So I walked away. And as I was walking away, he called me a white privileged bitch. I don't expect to be called that by somebody who represents the city and the contractor that you guys hired. So I went and called the sheriff, and the sheriff's deputies did come, and I filed a complaint. Everything's in here. And I took all the pictures. You have all the dates and the times of the pictures. And I think you should postpone your discussion about the renewing the lease tonight, because you need to have some honest discussions about the representations by that company that they own, Ole Hanson. And he told me that they can have it anytime they want an event, they can do it. So are you approving that behind the city council's back? Because I went through all the agendas and that is not in there. That is not in their lease. Okay, so this is public property and the citizens have a right to enjoy it. So you need to discuss that tonight and you should postpone that agenda item. Thank you very much.
Is there another card?
Yes,
Okay.
Amanda.
Hello, I was here at the last city council meeting, and I looked at the closed session agenda and I saw that the city of San Clemente Foothill Eastern versus Foothill Eastern Transportation Corridor Agency is on the agenda again. And I'm really wondering, what's going on, because I think the people have a right to know what's happening. According to Judge Skies, she already ruled on this matter, and I know it was a tentative ruling that it was found moot. But she said that there was no evidence to suggest that the Foothill Eastern may entertain a further southern extension of the 241 that would traverse the city of San Clemente. So I don't know why this is back on the agenda. I really don't know. I think we have a right to know what's happening. I hope that no one's going to try to think that we're going to open up another lawsuit, because the judge has already ruled on that. You had no evidence to support it. Unfortunately, we have a lot of speculation of that. We do with the Los Patrones Parkway extension, that the TCA can take over the county's interest in that Los Patrones Parkway extension. We have Amazon coming, and that could change the IBI group study that they did, the mobility traffic study. And I'm really concerned about that. I've been fighting for this for 4.5 years. I've been supportive of the TCA lawsuit against, the city lawsuit against the TCA. We really deserve a right, we deserve to know what's happening with this. It's over. We just need to move on now. I don't think we need to pay more consultants because of it, because it's done, it's over. And, it's hard on us as residents living here. And then I'm gonna just segue into what Don Urbanek said. From my understanding, the Ole Hanson family gifted Maxford Park to the residents of San Clemente. And I'm growing up here. I mean, I'm 50 whatever years living here. And I would be really deeply offended if I was on the lawn of Ole Hanson Beach Club where I learned how to swim by van to be asked to move. And I don't think that's right. So I just, thank you for your time, but I just feel like, it's time to move on. We really need to, need to know what's happening with the lawsuit and just be done with it. Save our money for other things. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
That's all.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed
So
session.
moved.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem,
Second.
seconded by Councilmember Duncan.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
Mayor Ward,
Aye.
and Councilmember Ferguson is absent, carries 4-0.
All right, thank you. Joanne, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Okay, Mr. Brower, can you start the tape? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to reopen the public portion of the meeting. And I would like to announce that the council is dedicating this meeting to the 13 lives lost in Kabul, Afghanistan. That was 11 Marines from Camp Pendleton, 1 sailor and 1 soldier. And so we're going to ask you to please keep them and their families in your heart tonight as we're going through this meeting. Madam Clerk, you don't have to take the order again, do you? Or, go ahead.
Like for the record to show that all council members are present.
Okay, I have asked Mr. Scott Smith to give the invocation. Please stand and then join Mayor Pro Tem James in the Pledge of Allegiance after the invocation. Thank you.
Kind Father in heaven, we come before you this evening as a council and public, grateful for the opportunity to be here. We're grateful for the vision and foresight of founders who, against all odds, created a country with a freedom that allows us to assemble, to vote, and to make decisions as we made tonight. We're thankful for those who have fallen in defense of those freedoms, the warriors acting as peacemakers who lost their lives and who left this sacred ground to do so. Pray for their families and ask that they can find peace, know of our admiration and gratitude for them and their sons and daughters. We invoke thy blessing on those that are left behind in that difficult land, those who have tasted freedom and the benefits of education and of self-determination, and who have seen that taken from them, that they can be buoyed up, they can have courage to stand and to suffer and to endure until there is a better opportunity for them. We're grateful for the flow of information and data to and from them that allows them to have that liberty to the slight extent that they can exercise it. We invoke a blessing over others who have been affected by other disasters throughout the world, whether they're pandemic or climatic, that they can have peace and comfort. We're grateful for those in our community who hedge against those problems and who provide the quality of life that we enjoy, especially for teachers and volunteers and others who share thy grace and to share their time and sacrifice on behalf of our children, our community. We pray and invoke thy guidance this evening, knowing that thou seest all. We ask that this council can see what's important tonight and be guided in their deliberations and in their society to do the things that will benefit the community and will provide for a continuum of the peace and happiness that we enjoy. These things we ask in the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
The first item on the agenda is an update on the homeless issue, and we do have one speaker card.
All right, who's doing that presentation?
City Manager Sund, is there a staff presentation for the homeless update?
Adam Atamian is on and can give a brief update. Thank you, Clerk.
Okay, Mr. Atamian, we're going to take the public comment first. And then maybe you could respond to it. Thank you.
Okay, Donna Vidrine.
What I would like to see included with the homeless update this evening includes what is the number of persons evicted from the Caltrans encampment on the property a few weeks ago? How many secured housing or shelter? And how many additional persons do we have homeless? What is the homeless count for our city? Today, I request a point in time study to determine who are San Clemente homeless and what number of unhoused persons, including families with children, are living in their cars or unsheltered on our streets and public spaces. We have resources. We are a city of 60,000 persons. This can be done with city resources or contracted out to a nonprofit service provider. The data would be helpful to Calle and city staff in their outreach efforts. This data would be helpful in strategizing for solutions to end homelessness in San Clemente. I was present last month when the eviction occurred. The people from the camp peacefully packed up their belongings and walked into San Clemente. Orange County Services and San Diego County Services had personnel in the State Beach parking lot. Our outreach staff were present and caring. There were at least 6 OCSD cars with approximately 12 deputies on site. Laguna Beach Friendship Shelter has approximately 45 shelter beds. The previous day, they were at capacity. No beds available for San Clemente homeless. Eviction day, my understanding is they could take 2 San Clemente homeless individuals from the Caltrans property. Let us recognize Laguna Beach and their Friendship Shelter for their efforts in providing shelter services to our San Clemente homeless. I had conversation with 8 young surfers waxing their boards. They live and work in San Clemente, some in healthcare. They express support for shelter, permanent supportive housing, and affordable housing for the homeless in San Clemente. I encourage them to have their voices heard, to come and speak at City Council. I talked with deputies on site who stated their reason for being there was to keep the peace and to ensure public safety. They also expressed support for shelter options and permanent supportive housing for the homeless in San Clemente. San Clemente needs shelter options, permanent supportive housing, and affordable housing for our approximately 140 unhoused individuals, including seniors, veterans, family, and the disabled. We need toilets with hygiene stations, accessible storage lockers, a safe parking program until local housing or a regional solution is achieved. Gene James campaigned on a regional solution to end homelessness in San Clemente. He reported he had no success in working with San Juan Capistrano and Dana Point. They
Madam-
also did not
Donna,
want.
one moment. Madam Clerk, is the time up? Okay, Donna, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And just a procedural question about COVID and all that. We have people that are speaking directly into the mic and holding on to it. Are we supposed to be cleaning it in between?
Probably.
I would just put caution to anyone else that comes up to the microphone. I just want to say it because, I think people can stay back from a mic when they talk, but that is not happening. So,
You wanna take a
Mr.
break
City,
and you
I'm
can clean it?
concerned. Yeah. I mean, people are actually holding onto the mic and I'm
You
just
good?
concerned for the people that are here. We have a lot of people. I don't know if we can spray it, wipe it.
We have some wipes. We'll take care
All
of
right, thank you. Is there any other public comment?
No.
Okay. Mr. Tamian,
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Adam Atamian, Deputy Community Development Director. Tonight's update will be brief. The numbers of our outreach efforts will be published later this week, and I will provide an update on that at the next council meeting. In response to the public comment, I can say a couple things. There's a difference between the universe of all homeless people and the number of homeless people that staff is in contact with. While we make every effort to find people who are in need of services, a lot of our work is complaint based, and so it's impossible for us to identify every homeless person or person living in a vehicle in the city. As far as the encampment alongside the off-ramp of Christianitos, we did have an active role in that. However, it was not at the encampment. So the numbers that we're aware of are the result of the people that ended up coming into San Clemente. It was about 16 people. 4 ended up in hotels. 7 ended up in police custody, and 5 at the time were it was unknown where they were going to end up, and we assumed that they would be sleeping on the streets. Carly has maintained contact with all of these people. Our community outreach worker has maintained contact with these individuals and is working to get them into some type of shelter situation. As far as the other things going on in the world of community outreach in San Clemente, we are now identified as an agency with the county's HMIS system, the Homeless Management Information System. That required a bit of training and getting up to speed with the technology, but it's really going to make a huge difference in our outreach efforts. It allows Carly to act as an advocate for the home. She can attend meetings, of which there are multiple a week, where people are, the particular agencies within the county are trying to match their homeless with housing opportunities. And so that is what we are currently working on right now. And I look forward to providing more updates as progress is made.
Okay. Any other comments from council? Go ahead, Councilman Ferguson.
Thanks, Mayor Ward. At the last meeting, I had brought up an article that some residents had shared with us about the Los Angeles ordinance pertaining to homelessness. And I wanted to suggest we agendize an analysis of that to see if that's a viable ordinance that we could apply here in San Clemente. And it's basically an ordinance that prohibits any sleeping encampments lying down in 500 feet or less away from sensitive use areas, libraries, schools, parks, etc. So do I have support to put that on the agenda to have the city attorney analyze that just to see the applicability to here and what the pitfalls might be, if any? Of course, not for the next meeting. I know that takes some time, but possibly for the October 5th meeting.
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem James.
I'll give that a third vote for a staff report.
Oh, okay.
And the only thing I would ask in conjunction with it is the shopping cart ordinance we're looking at as well, and how we incorporate those two together to create some sort of synergy.
Yeah, thanks. We'll report that back. I think we have some internal research on that already, and so we'll share that with you. Some of that is already in the ordinance that you as a council launched a little while ago. So we'll give you the breakout of what you've checked off and what's different about the ordinance. Happy to do that.
Right. I'd like to know ahead of time whether there's any benefits to looking at that. And I think Councilmember Ferguson, you can check with staff on that anytime. But
Check
I
on
do
what?
understand it's been agendized for
Check
the
on
5th.
what? Anytime? I'm sorry, check on what? I didn't hear you.
You can meet with our staff and go through those, or have them, they could analyze that anytime.
Analyze what?
Analyze that ordinance to see if
Oh,
it's
I
something that
sent it-
should come to
I
council.
sent it to the city manager a month ago. So
Okay.
I'm formalizing it now.
Well,
I didn't
so
get
I
any
do understand
information.
it's now agendized, but
Now we'll
all
get
right.
the answers.
in the future, we try to vet
Well,
things
I
before we
tried it
bring them
that
to
way first.
council.
Didn't work. Thank you.
All right, Adam, thank you very much for that.
Yeah,
I look
cool.
forward to the next report on our website.
I have a question, Bad.
Oh, go ahead.
So 7 were, maybe this is a better question for Captain Benfield. 7 had felonies. Were those, excuse me, 7 had warrants. Were those felony warrants?
I do not know the exact nature of those warrants, but I do believe a few of them were bench warrants, which would be issued for failure to appear for a prior issue, which could have stemmed from a misdemeanor.
Is that right? I heard 5. Okay.
Was it?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is an update on Congressman Levin's efforts regarding spent nuclear fuel.
So I believe we have a representative from Congressman Levin's office to come up and do a staff report.
No, we can hear you.
That helps.
Haha,
I must be talking loud.
You,
So I'll start again. Good evening, everyone. My name is Terry Van Horn, and I'm here with Kyle Crail on behalf of Congressman Levin. Thank you, Mayor Ward, Mayor Pro Tem James, and council members Duncan, Ferguson, and Knobloch for your consideration in writing a letter in support of Congressman Levin's work to deal with the nuclear waste at San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station, or SONGS for short. As you know, setting up the SONGS task force was a top priority of the congressman's, and upon his election in 2019, he invited local stakeholders and experts to form the task force to address the safety challenges at SONGS and formulate policy recommendations to address the hazardous waste. As a result, the task force published 30 recommendations from the 29 findings, which were published in June of last year. From those recommendations, Congressman Levin identified 8 actions that he can take as a federal representative, and he has made progress on many of those since the report was released. For example, he introduced the increasing nuclear safety protocols for extended canister transfers, otherwise known as the Inspect Act, based off of the SONGS report. The bill requires the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to keep a resident inspector at decommissioning nuclear power plants until all spent fuel is transferred from its spent fuel pools to canisters. He also formally created the Spent Nuclear Fuel Solutions Caucus with his colleague, Republican Rodney Davis of Illinois. The bipartisan caucus is a group of House members who have a mutual goal of driving progress on the safe storage, transportation, and disposal of nuclear spent fuel across the country. Decommissioning the active spent nuclear fuel sites are a nationwide issue. There are approximately 80 locations and 34 states across the country where spent nuclear fuel is stored after it's removed from a commercial nuclear reactor. Additionally, 25 of these sites are co-located with nuclear power plants that are no longer in use, some of which have been completely dismantled. So the Spent Nuclear Fuel Solutions Caucus ultimately is a forum for members of Congress who care about solving all commercial spent fuel issues, where members can come together to make progress regardless of whether or not they have a preferred solution. So ultimately, the problem of the stranded spent nuclear fuel at San Onofre is a political one. It will take a political solution to find somewhere to move the waste, and the new Spent Nuclear Fuel Solutions Caucus is a big step forward to building political will for that solution. So again, thank you for considering this resolution in support of Congressman Levin's SONGS Task Force and the bipartisan Spent Nuclear Fuel Solutions Caucus, and for having us here tonight. Kyle and I are available to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
I'm gonna have a question.
okay. Any other council member? No, go ahead, Council Mayor Pro
So-
Tem.
This is all well and good. Of course, everyone wants it gone. How are you working in conjunction with Supervisors Desmond and Bartlett in the initiative they have? Are you doing is it a hand in glove thing? Are you in lockstep? Are you moving in different directions? What's going on there?
Honorable Mayor, council members, my name is Kyle Crow, Deputy District Director for the Congressman. Thank you for that question. I was anticipating that because the coalition that was created recently, which you've supported, is kind of more of a hand in glove operation. They will be actually lobbying Congress for a federal solution. So we can't be part of them as we're the object of that lobbying. But Supervisor Bartlett, Supervisor Desmond, who are the co-chairs of that coalition, are also serve on the Songs Task Force, Congressman on the Songs Task Force. So there's a lot of cooperation between all those efforts, doing different pressure points in order to move the solution forward.
So you're creating a synergy. You're not working against each other.
Absolutely correct. That would be how I would characterize it. Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Duncan, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Yes, I have some comments. Terry, Kyle, thank you for coming. You know, we deal with a lot of important issues. When you really look at it, almost nothing is as important as making sure we don't have this nuclear waste right at our doorstep south of San Clemente. So thank you both, and thanks for the Congressman for the work on that. I brought this forward because we did support the coalition at the prior meeting, and I wanted to make sure that we also supported Congressman Levin's task force and caucus, because yeah, I think it's all three entities moving towards the same thing there, Mayor Pro Tem James. The task force, of course, has been around the longest, and you've got tangible results, right? Congress is never going to act unless we have evidence of danger. So the task force compiled actual evidence demonstrating that it's dangerous to leave that nuclear waste where it is, and it needs to be moved somewhere else, not on a fault line, not next to a military base, not on our shoreline. And the caucus, of course, is needed because that's who's going to actually make the decision. The coalition is great, and I'm part of the coalition. I support their efforts, but the people who will really make it happen are the people in Congress, like Congressman Levin and his partner here, Congressman Davis. So applaud your efforts, and I strongly support, or strongly encourage all of us on council to support the recommendations here, and I'm prepared to make a motion unless anyone else has any comment.
I would just like to say that I support the resolution and the letter. I think besides a thermonuclear war, a 9.5 earthquake, or a 1 mile high tsunami, I think the nuclear fuel stored at San Onofre probably poses the greatest danger to this community. If there's ever a natural disaster, a man-made disaster, we'll look back and wish to high heaven we'd done something sooner. So I'm completely in support of this, along with the motion by County Supervisor Desmond in San Diego and our Supervisor Bartlett here in Orange County. So thank you for reading this up, Chris.
Sure.
Go ahead and make the motion.
Okay. I move that we adopt.
I don't think we have a second. Is that a
Oh.
second?
I haven't moved
He hasn't
yet.
moved it yet.
Yeah. I move that we adopt resolution number 21-34 entitled "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, in support of Congressman Levin's Songs Task Force," and that we direct staff to transmit the resolution to local senators and to Congressman Levin, and that we approve and authorize the mayor to execute a letter of support for the Spent Nuclear Fuel Solutions Caucus, and we direct staff to transmit that letter to local senators and to Congressman Levin.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Duncan, second by Mayor Pro Tem James.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Thank you very much for attending. Thank you.
The next item is recognition of off-duty lifeguards for their life-saving efforts.
Okay, so I'm going to take this one. And I believe we have our lifeguards are online. I'm seeing them come on. And please speak if I get your name wrong. I did not, I was going to call Rod ahead of time, and we just had no time today to connect. We are here to recognize 5 of our lifeguards who just did a rescue that I'm going to talk about now. And I'm going to say their names ahead. Nick Scheel, Oliver Garcia, Ezekiel Rose, Joshua Sherritt. Joshua, did I get it right?
Share it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And Jonas Habecker. Habecker. I'm not seeing Jonas. Okay. All right. So I'm sorry if I did not say your names correctly, but I want to tell everyone the outstanding job that you did. In the early morning hours of August 19th, 2021, a small group of young surfers were participating in the San Clemente High School surf class and began struggling in the water near the pier as a 6 to 8 foot swell was hitting our shoreline that day. A group of our off-duty marine safety lifeguards were also on the beach that morning practicing their waterman skills, surfing and bodyboarding. As the off-duty guards noticed the swimmers struggling, they immediately jumped into action and responded by rescuing the girls and bringing them safely to the beach. This could have ended much differently if it wasn't for the off-duty lifeguards' vigilance and quick response. And we just wanted to recognize you tonight for that. I think our lifeguard program and our lifeguards that we have do such an outstanding job, because we know that even though you are off duty, you are always going to use those skills and spring into action and do that job that you've been trained to do. And you showed that on August 19th, and we really commend you for that. We're going to send you all a certificate. It's probably not going to show up. Doesn't show up with this thing. We're going to send you a certificate of recognition to all of you. But I just want to say for the city council that we greatly commend you for what you did on your off time. And I think it just speaks very highly to our lifeguard program.
Can I say something, Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah. I just wanted to second that. And Rod, just congrats on having a great team. And these lifeguards went above and beyond the call of duty. I think we have so many staff members that do that. It's just wonderful to be able to recognize these 5 today. Great job, guys. Keep it up.
Yes. Thank you very much. Do any of you want to share anything or speak at all? You could do that now.
I'll jump in. Thank you, Mayor Ward and council members, Rob Malott, Marine Safety Captain. I would like to thank Mayor Ward and city council members and city management for recognizing the heroic efforts of the off-duty lifeguards, the guards that you mentioned there. The training kicked in, and without hesitation, they responded quickly and rescued the girls. Being quick to recognize the girls struggling and respond so quickly, the story might have ended so differently. I'm so proud of these young professionals and our entire team of lifeguard professionals we have at Marine Safety. Thank you to all of you and for your continued commitment to making sure everyone has a safe and enjoyable day at the beach, whether you're on duty or off duty. The lifeguards at Marine Safety Division from Memorial to Labor Day weekend have rescued over 1,675 swimmers. And most importantly, no lives have been lost. One thing I want to note here, John Dow, a longtime and current state lifeguard and the San Clemente High School surf coach, was on the beach and witnessed the rescues by the off-duty lifeguards. He asked that I share this following message to everybody. Thank you to the guards who stepped up when they were needed. Lifeguards are always on duty protecting the public, even when they aren't on the clock. The response that morning shows the incredible training and character of our guards and lifeguard department. Thank you. Thanks again, council members and city management, for special recognition of these 5 outstanding lifeguards and continued support for Marine Safety Division. We all appreciate your endless efforts.
Outstanding job, gentlemen. Very nice. Thank you. Thank you for attending our meeting also.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Next is presentation of commendation to Marine Safety Captain Rod Malott, recognizing San Clemente's lifeguards for 90 years of outstanding life-saving efforts. And we do have one speaker card on this.
Okay, let's take that speaker first.
Larry Moore.
Did not see you in the audience.
This feels really good to do this in a t-shirt. That will be explained in a moment. Honorable Mayor and distinguished council, fellow employees, I really enjoyed my years here, by the way. I really enjoyed being retired here. To Helen McHugh, one of our first dispatchers, and in the back of the room is Mr. and Mrs. Holsizer. Greg Holsizer is the vice president. And my name is Larry Moore. I am the president of the Lifeguard and Junior Lifeguard Foundation for the city of San Clemente. We're a nonprofit organization. We're dedicated to supporting our lifeguards and our junior lifeguards. We're dedicated to enhancing beach safety in our town because we are a beach town. And more recently, to preserving the history of what goes on west of the railroad tracks. And it's a pretty rich history. And so as the president of the association and as our historian, I have about 60 seconds of thank yous. I'm representing some other people right now. So there was a city council meeting, another one, and it was on July 16th, 1931. And there was another person speaking at that podium. Her name was Mrs. Sands, and she was a representative from Santa Fe Railroad, and they came with a complaint to you that thousands, that's the direct, I have the council minutes here. That's a direct quote from the council meeting. Thousands of campers, that's what they called them then, were coming to your beach. Turns out if you have a rail stop and a really nice beach community that only Hanson had designed and built, it was very popular. And so George Shurrock, he was a Chamber of Commerce in 1931. He was also, according to Fred Swagels, the editor for the Herald that came just before the sun posed, said, we need a lifeguard. And that early council had the foresight to do that. So there is a formal council resolution that created the lifeguard service on July 16th, 1931. One of those council members that I am directly thanking you for is a guy named Hanson. I'd also like to thank you from some of those early guards. Those early guards included people such as Bunny Hanson, Ole's son. There's Cliff Russell, one of our first professional lifeguards that was sent up to Long Beach to be trained. There's Don Dybel that goes direct relation to the Dybel family here in town, our current matriarch. And then on Friday, Tansy, we are celebrating with a paddle out for him. Thank you from the, we call them the Beach Boys, from the early days. And then thank you from the current lifeguard staff. The current lifeguard staff, this group of young men and women, have had an endless summer of 2 years. Because when grandpas like me have to go to the beach and the schools are closed, we go down there and they put people on the beach. So thank you for all of us. With that, I see them putting.
Thank you. Okay, Rod, I'm looking for you. I'm not seeing, now I see you. So we are going to recognize the San Clemente lifeguards for 90 years of outstanding life-saving efforts for San Clemente residents and visitors. That was mentioned by Mr. Moore. And I wanted to know if you had any comments, because I do have a commendation that we're going to be reading.
Yes, and thank you, Mayor Ward. Rob Malott, Marine Safety Captain. I would like to thank Mayor Ward and council members and city management for the continued support for marine safety and for the special presentation for 90 years of life-saving efforts that started in 1931. For all those past lifeguards paving the way and setting such high standards here at Marine Safety since 1931 to now. I'm so blessed to have what I consider the most rewarding career of protecting beach goers who visit the beaches in the world, with the best beaches in the world here in San Clemente, and to have worked and continue to work amongst such outstanding men and women with marine safety over the years and continue the great tradition of protecting beachgoers. Unfortunately, we're unable to get to have the reunion this summer due to COVID-19, but we look forward to next year getting together to celebrate the 90 years. Thanks again to all the past and current council members, city management, lifeguards, and foundation board members for their continued support of marine safety. Thank you.
Well, you're certainly welcome. We couldn't do it without you, and we've never lost anyone on our beach, and I think that is a record that we all want. So I want to say this resolution, I'm going to read it just so that the public knows. Whereas San Clemente is blessed with world-renowned beaches attracting over 2.5 million visitors each year, for water and beach activities. And whereas while the ocean can be a wonderful recreation resource, it can also be treacherous with inherent dangers. And over the past 90 years, hundreds of outstanding men and women have served as lifeguards for the city of San Clemente, dedicated to protecting San Clemente citizens and visitors from the hazards of the aquatic environment. And whereas San Clemente lifeguards are highly trained professionals who are able to swim with endurance, are proficient in ocean life-saving principles and practices, and are certified by the United States Life-Saving Association. And over the course of their 90-year history, the vigilance and dedication of San Clemente's lifeguards have resulted in over 90,000 people being rescued or assisted from distress. And whereas San Clemente lifeguards will conduct reunion activities throughout the next year to celebrate the 90th anniversary of San Clemente Lifeguard Services, and it is therefore an appropriate time for the city of San Clemente to congratulate San Clemente lifeguards for a job well done. Now, therefore, I, Kathy Ward, Mayor of the City of San Clemente, representing the City Council and citizens of San Clemente, do hereby commend and thank the San Clemente lifeguards, past and present, for 90 years of unsurpassed protection of visitors to San Clemente beaches. Moreover, I hereby recognize and express sincere gratitude to each and every San Clemente lifeguard for making San Clemente's beaches safer by risking their own lives to assist those in need. So we're going to be presenting you with that.
You're here.
And wonderful sentiment. We mean it. And I hope that you will all be able to get together soon, because I know that means a lot to have everyone come back. And I hope that you can do that soon.
Thank you so much, Mayor Ward and council members.
All right. Thank you very much. And so the audience has clapped for you. But I just want to say, you know what, we saw that those lifeguards rescued those 3 girls when they were off duty. We would expect nothing less. And we know that they're just so highly trained. And I think everyone feels that. I don't have any person ever come up to me and say, we don't feel safe on our beach. That's just something that is just never said.
That's great to hear. Yeah, the training goes a long way. So thank you for all the support.
You're welcome. Congratulations, 90 years. That's quite a milestone for our city and for you.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Next is presentation of a proclamation proclaiming October 3rd through the 9th as Fire Prevention Week.
Okay, so I'm going to do this also. Fire is a serious public safety concern, both locally and nationally, and homes are where people are at greatest risk of fire. Whereas 3 of every home fire deaths occur in homes with no smoke alarms, and 16% of home fire deaths result from smoke alarms that failed to operate. And over the last year, there have been 115 cooking fires across Orange County, at least 30 of which started in homes without functioning smoke detectors. We all don't like it when they go off, but they're very necessary. In 2018, California was in the top 3 states in the US with the largest number of fire deaths. Whereas Orange County residents should install working smoke alarms on every level of the home, in the hallway, outside the sleeping areas, and in each bedroom, check their smoke alarms monthly, replace batteries regularly, and replace smoke alarms every 10 years, and create and practice their home escape plans. And whereas Orange County residents are responsive to public education and outreach measures and can take personal steps to increase their safety from fire, especially in their homes. And whereas the 2021 Fire Prevention Week theme, Learn the Sound of Fire Safety, effectively serves to remind us to learn the sounds of smoke alarms and how to respond to them. Now, therefore, I, Kathy Ward, Mayor of the City of San Clemente, California, acting on behalf of the City Council and citizens of San Clemente, do hereby declare October 3rd through October 9th, 2021 as Fire Prevention Week, and urge Orange County residents to learn the sounds of smoke alarms, what those sounds mean, and how to respond to them, and to support the many public activities and efforts of the Orange County Fire Authority during Fire Prevention Week 2021. And I'm not sure, do we have any representative?
Yeah,
No, okay. So it is very important. I just had, our smoke alarms now, when the battery's running out, they chirp. And it's something that we don't like. And we had just one of ours go off recently. They never seem to go off at the same
The
time.
the problem is it's hard to find that one that's chirping, right?
It
You have to look
is.
around forever.
It is, and my dog was cowering while we were trying to figure out which one it was, but it's so important. We, batteries now, you can go to Costco and get a whole pack of them, and we just change them right then and there, because we want that to stop. And it is a nuisance when they go off, but when you're sleeping and you have left something, a candle or a pot on the stove and it runs out of fluid and starts a fire or a grease fire, they're life-saving. So we wanted to let the public know and definitely declare that October 3rd through the 9th is Fire Prevention Week. And I believe OCFA will be doing different items on that. So, Madam Clerk, item F.
Yes, item F is recognition of our outgoing commission and committee members.
Okay, I'm on this one also. We have 30 people that we're going to recognize tonight that have served very well the city of San Clemente on our commissions and committees. And we're going to recognize them tonight. I'm going to read their names. They are all being sent or can pick up a city tile. It's the same tile that we give to our employees when they retire. And you will all be getting that tile. I think even council members get that tile when we go off city council also. I'm going to start with the Planning Commission. And this is one that's near and dear to my heart because I also was on the Planning Commission. We are going to recognize Donald Brown, Michael Blackwell, Chris Kuzinski, Jim Rulin, Jason Talley, and Zen Wu. I'm hoping that some of them are listening and will be looking at this tape. And I just want to say that, gentlemen, you have served the city of San Clemente well. You can look all through our city to see the infrastructure that has been added to our city, and you see the benefits of all the decisions that you have made. Getting our general plan passed in 2014-15, the outlet mall. God, I'm just trying to think of different, there's so many, the new Ralphs. Every ordinance that the city council takes up that involves zoning all goes before you. Vacation rentals. I can't, Don Brown could tell us, but I have no idea how many meetings that was. Don can tell us all of that. And I never tried to keep track of how many meetings because it was too painful to do. But gentlemen, I just want to say thank you for serving on this very important commission, and your contributions are very evident in the cityscape that we see at this time. The next committee would be our golf course committee. And we are recognizing Chris Eldridge, Tim Kiernan, Darylyn Reagan, and Parker Steele. And none of us have time to go play golf. I don't think I know any city council member who goes and has the time to play. But you make sure that that golf course is running and operating and ready for all the people that do. And we have a great amount of people that play our course. It's very beloved course, and there's a reason for it. And being on this committee is very important to that. The next committee is the Investment Advisory Committee. And that kind of goes without saying that these people help our city treasurer to monitor our investments and protect city funds. And people we are recognizing is Alan Sondag and William Blackwell, who have served admirably on that committee. The Human Affairs Committee, and I think I saw someone from that committee.
Tyler's here.
Tyler's out there somewhere.
He might have, oh, there you go. You moved on me. We are recognizing Tyler Bowden, William Ewing, James Hamilton, Toby Huddle, Paula Cole, Burton Wagner, and Brenda Wells. And this committee serves with distinction of human needs in our city, meeting with different groups, and going over those needs, and also helping the council with funding that we give yearly to different groups, and they help administer those. And we thank you very much for your service. Thank you, Tyler, for being here. Beaches, Parks and Recreation Commission, we are recognizing Richard Eyre, John Dory, Charlie Smith, Stephen Strager, and Bernie Wolforth. And I'm not sure, Stephen Strager was the chair for, does anyone know how many years?
I'd say at least 4 or 5 years.
He was the chair, like over every year. They were like, Stephen, you're the chair. So Beaches, Parks and Recreation Commission do so much work on all of our parks. Any of the new parks, they look at what our needs are. They also help run different events that we have. And John Dory is the president of the, what is it, Friends of San Clemente Foundation, I think it's called. Or is it Friends of Beaches, Parks and Rec? I'm not sure which one he's on. Friends of Beaches, Parks and Rec. They do a lot, and you'll see them at different booths within events that we have, and they raise money to for the yearly carnival that we have that's been at Vista Hermosa Sports Park. But they also raise funds for just different needs that the city maybe can't meet, and they'll step in and say that we will pay for that. So gentlemen, thank you very much for your service on that. Our Public Safety Committee, Gary Walsh. I believe Jean and I, we interviewed that committee when it first started. It is a fairly new committee. And Mr. Walsh, I believe, is a retired fire captain, I believe. And we definitely got a lot from his point of view and expertise in the field. So thank you, Gary, for your service on Public Safety Committee. The last committee is Coastal Advisory Committee. And I think I saw Susan in the audience. There she is. We are recognizing Susan Ambrose, Jareen, I'm not going to say this, Campo Piano, Gary McCocken, Joseph Zidron, and John McGuigan. Say that again.
McWigan.
Thank you. I knew I was not going to say that right. Coastal Advisory, so many years of meetings and looking at sand replenishment. So many years of that. Water quality, also events, safety. I think we went to Coastal Advisory when we are looking at anything that we do on our beaches. And Susan, just say really quick, how many years were you the chair of that committee? 6 years. I do remember, I think when I was a planning commissioner over 8 years ago, I think you were the chair at that time. Just want to thank you and everyone for all the work that you've done. And if we are going to send out the city tiles, but if anyone wants to come and pick them up at City Hall, they've all, I believe, been already told that. Is that correct? Okay. So I just want to recognize all of our committee members and say thank you for the work that you have done for the city of San Clemente. It is by far the reason that the residents, I think, are so well represented in their needs and what they want, is because we have all these committees and they help the city council immensely. Because if we didn't have other committees like such as the planning or public safety, coastal advisory, every single one of those reports would be coming to the council. And it really is, we need all of that input, and the city has a history of working this way. I don't know, Madam Clerk, do you know when we first had our first ever committee that was an organized committee? I couldn't tell you. I tried to look it up too, and I couldn't tell when that ever happened. So anyway, thank you for everyone. Please know that we thank you very much for your service. And I know if the residents knew how much work that you all have done, they would be thanking you also. So thank you very much.
Oral communications, members of the audience who wish to address council on matters that are within the jurisdiction of the city of San Clemente, but not separately listed on the agenda. They do so during the oral communications portion of the meeting. Speakers may address council once during either oral communications part 1 or part 2. A total time limitation of 30 minutes is allocated for oral communications part 1, with each speaker being allotted 3 minutes. And we do have some cards.
Okay.
So I'll name 3. First 3 will be Amanda Kitnia, Katie Potts, and Mel, no last name.
All right. Those are our first 3 speakers.
Hello, council members. I'm here tonight to speak about civil rights amendments that we've been kind of having through our city of San Clemente. And it's kind of foreign right now to me because I usually talk about civil rights amendment violations at the TStreet Board of Directors meetings. But one of the concerns that I have is that this has been happening here in our city. Last city council meeting, one of our city staff came up to one of these, the public here that had no Amazon signs, and basically he informed them that, that Amazon wasn't on the agenda. And they kindly said that they knew that and that they were going to speak on non-agenda items, to speak in oral communications. And then Mayor Ward made her announcement saying that she had heard rumors and there was people calling in about that this was an agendized item, and it wasn't. And there was no rumors of that. But when she did that, she was basically stifling our First Amendment rights in the freedom of speech and the right to petition government, because people are allowed to speak on non-agenda items, and this was Amazon that they wanted to talk about. Then I think it was earlier that week, I had sent an email to Mayor Ward talking about my concerns regarding the IBI study, how the Amazon traffic is going to be impacting, or how is it going to affect the IBI study that the city did. And this IBI study was, it cost the city what $100,000 to do, but it was really money well spent because it showed that the TCA didn't have to do the toll road, the extension of the 241. And so I wanted to ask her, how is this going to, do we have to do we have to amend the IBI study? Do we have to do another one? How is this going to impact? And she emailed you back saying, don't contact her regarding this. And this is, Mayor Ward, you were our TCA Board of Directors, and you knew how much we fought against any toll road issues. And to hear this, and we've emailed each other for 4 years, back and forth, called each other on the phone. So when I saw your email saying, don't email me, and I was deeply offended. So that was another thing. And then I had emailed Stephanie Roxas, the project manager, and I was asking some questions regarding where we are, where the Amazon project is. And the first time I emailed her, it bounced back as under the deliverable. The second time I emailed her, I CC'd a city council member, and basically she edited my content of my email. And that is a First Amendment violation. So I just want everybody know is that you have to stop violating our civil rights.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Hi, thank you so much for allowing me a few minutes to talk. My name is Katie, and I'm here tonight representing the San Clemente Historical Society. First, we just want to thank you for your ongoing support of our preservation efforts in our Spanish Village by the Sea. And we want to formally invite all of you, I'll leave an invitation up here, to our annual meeting on September the 19th. We also have one tiny request, and that is to meet with some of our city council meetings in person to discuss some ongoing things that the Historical Society is addressing. And an idea of what we'd like to discuss are these things. We want to discuss an update for our historic resources survey that was last completed in 2006. We want to discuss the city's implementation of the Mills Act and review its success and effectiveness. And we would like to discuss the consideration of a development fee for new building or renovations that would help make the work of the society more sustainable so that it would have a revenue stream. And lastly, to help us secure some storage space for our thousands of archives, which you are generously helping us now store in a building that I believe is going to be for sale soon. So thank you very much for your time tonight.
Okay, please contact me to meet on those.
Awesome.
All
Thank you
right,
so
thank you.
much.
Oh, and what is the time of the meeting on? Oh, thank you. Okay, daytime. Thank you very much.
All right. Hello, everybody. I am here tonight to talk about what the heck is going on with all of the lies and deceit from the city. I'm trying to understand how we have somebody on the planning commission right now who has at least 100,000 up to $1 million worth of stock in Amazon, according to the publicly available 700 form. How this person could possibly be involved in any planning that has to do with Amazon. They have a fiduciary interest in Amazon, number one. Number two, I spoke with Jonathan Lightheart and on August 24th at the delegate meeting in Talega about the gas station. And at that point, I mentioned to him about Cameron Cosgrove, who is the person who has the Amazon stock. I also mentioned about Scott McCann, who has a real estate business. And why is somebody with a real estate business selling property between Dana Point and San Clemente and San Juan, also sitting on this planning commission? Oh, by the way, he was the one who voted in all of the work being done at Dana Point and destroying the harbor, if you didn't know. By the way, Scott McCann, Eric Sund alluded, well, he said it, that there was a meeting on the trolley on June 22nd. Scott McCann was on that meeting, but he was not appointed to the planning commission until July 1st. So explain to me how somebody who is a public, who is not on a committee gets to sit in a meeting for the city. Explain that to me. Explain to me why this keeps happening with all of this background junk, lies. You guys keep getting caught in the lies. It's like the lies just keep stacking up. Now we've got Amazon being shepherded in and does not belong here. We have this gas station. That's a whole nother can of worms. There's so much, I believe, corruption that is going on, and it needs to stop. And I hope that people start doing their homework about who they're voting for, who are crooks, and who are abusive people who do not belong in a leadership role in this city. Thanks.
Okay, the next three speakers will be Martina, no last name provided, Don Urbanek, and Ross Amer.
Good evening, Council. I did have a slide presentation planned. And I initially intended to come and speak on the no Amazon issue. But I feel like I need to put a pin in it for right now, and hopefully I'll have some more time left. There is a video circulating on the internet right now. It's from Local Story TV. Councilmember Noblock, I sent you a copy. Councilmember Duncan, I sent you a copy. And the content of that video is extremely, extremely disturbing, where we have the mayor pro tem of San Clemente swearing at a sheriff's deputy, abusive, and trying to use his position in office in order to get out of a traffic ticket. I think that's a travesty. I think it's disgusting, and I think it needs to be addressed. And Councilmember Duncan, I've spoken to you several times, and I've said that Gene James, Mayor Pro Tem James, has used his councilperson page in order to threaten and intimidate myself as a witness, that I could possibly be disposed in a civil action against him. And you are part of this problem because you were the one that went to the GPA or urged council to let this matter go to arbitration after I told you that he abused me and he tried to intimidate me as a witness. Okay, for submitting a PRA that has nothing to do with anything other than I wanted to know about the Second Amendment issue and who submitted comments. And I asked about when council meetings were returned to in-person attendance. Okay, I didn't deserve that. I don't appreciate it. And I expect this council to take action on it. Thank you.
I am going to quickly ask that you take some time to review Municipal Code Section 924, which is also cited on the sign down at Ole Hanson Beach Club. Now that you've terminated the local emergency order due to COVID a couple of weeks ago, you need to reword that municipal code because otherwise you'll be violating the civil rights of us. And since I have a little time left, I want to support what Amanda said, because I've had 2 council members personally email me and tell me not to communicate with them anymore. It was Gene James and Mayor Ward. And I did file a complaint with the Sheriff's Department about that. It was sent to Don Barnes and it was also sent to Sheriff Mack and his association. So you guys have that in your possession. And I do want to support Martina in her thing, because I've been treated very badly. Mr. Gene James called me insane. He called me an anti-Semite. He called me several other names. That's also in that complaint that I gave to the sheriff. You cannot talk to your constituents that way, period. It's unprofessional. And what I want to say is that the next complaint that I'm filing, it actually has to do with our voting machines in Orange County. Did you know Orange County votes on machines that are labeled terminated by the EAC? So none of you hold your seats legally. And we, the people, have the right to replace every one of you. And I'm going to do that next. Okay. And the last thing I'll say, the toll road, you want to get rid of the nuclear waste at the toll road at San Onofre? The worst thing you can do is let that toll road be built by there. They were denied permits 5 times by 6 different entities because of the damage it would do to San Onofre. Do you see what you've done to Dana Point? All those houses going in the water? You're gonna destroy San Onofre. And then we're gonna have nuclear waste floating everywhere. So stop with the toll road. It's not legal. It has no permits south of Oso Parkway. Just stop. Thank you.
Madam Clerk. Who are our next speakers?
Yes, Ross Amers coming to the podium.
Good evening. My name is Ross Amer. I'm a 20-year resident of San Clemente. I respectfully like to remind you folks that we still have the power of the vote. And I'm opposed to the Amazon. And if any of you even think about helping with the Amazon, we will remember you at the voting booth. Thank you.
The next 3 speakers will be Helen McHugh, Susan Ambrose, and Donna Vidrine. Followed, and the last one will be
Helen,
Jill
you're up.
Watson. Helen McHugh.
Pretty good.
Helen McHugh, longtime resident of San Clemente. During the COVID you, the city council, decided that there would not ticket parking in the area of North Beach because so many people were unemployed and they had no place to park. About 2 months ago or 3 months ago, you decided to rescind that and start ticketing for parking on the streets that had the street sweeping. We were notified that they were going to start ticketing. Well, they started ticketing, but they didn't ticket for cars that were parked. Their wheels were in their parking space, but part of their car was in the street. Well, about 3 weeks ago, all of a sudden, every car that was on the apron but had part of their vehicle on the street were ticketed without any notice. So I called maintenance and asked them, why weren't we notified that you now changed it where everybody's going to be ticketed if any part of their vehicle was on the street? Well, number one, I didn't hear back from maintenance. So now I'm asking you, why weren't we notified that you were going to start ticketing everybody, regardless whether there was an inch on the street or a foot on the street? It would have been a courtesy. All you had to do was put a flyer on all these cars and say, we are now going to ticket everybody. So I'm requesting that you send a notification to all the people who are affected by short driveways, be notified that we are going to be getting tickets. That's all I'm asking. I think the city was very unfair in dealing with not notification of changing the rules midstream. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Susan Ambrose,
And after Susan, who's after?
Don Patrice,
Is Ms. Vadrine our last speaker?
no,
Okay,
then Shelley Moore and Jill Watson.
okay.
Good evening. I come with very good news. Thank you for this evening and the acknowledgement that you gave me and all of the volunteers for the city that have left to go on and pursue different chapters in their lives. I'm quite happy. I got to see my first grandchild in my time off. So thank you very much. That was great. She lives on the East Coast. So that was a wonderful trip to take. I'm here as a returning person for California Cleanup Day. And yes, we are having California Cleanup Day. I spoke with Cynthia Mallett today, and I am the captain of the team at TStreet. Cynthia will be handling the Pier, and State Parks has their wonderful person. I think her name is Cindy, who's handling State Parks down at San Onofre. I mean, not at San Onofre, at State Parks at Calafia. But at any rate, I'm here to talk to you about these posters. As you can see, and people can see the Spanish side behind me, these are reversible. We are going to plan to go down Del Mar and other businesses and ask businesses if they want to put them in their windows. The California Coastal Cleanup Day is September 18th from 9 to 12 down at the beaches. But most exciting is we're going to continue the habit of having Coastal Cleanup Month after the 18th in neighborhoods or business districts or little strip malls that people want to clean up. So we can get credit for all those. There's the Swell software, and anybody who contacts me and Coastkeeper or Cynthia Mallett Environmental Services, who we're working closely together, can find out more information about all of these details. There's a registration form. We will be down at the beaches and we will be fully armed with any paperwork that you can do digitally ahead of time this year, which is a big bonus. There's all kinds of wonderful things. I can tell you the reaction from the business community last year when we passed out these posters and windows was so positive. They said, get out here early. We want to have these in our windows. We want to talk about it. We want to support the environment. So this is the new ad. I don't know if the people behind me can see this as well. protect your happy place. So as a generic for wherever you are, whether it's on the water, whether you're taking your dog out for a walk on the path, whether you're just hiking, whether you're enjoying your neighborhood, the parks, wherever. We hope to put these in schools as well and recruit students to help and perhaps earn their community service points as well. So if you have any desire to put some in businesses that you may frequent or in your neighborhoods, please let me know and I can readily get them to Joanne for you to pick up. If you've got any questions, don't ever hesitate to give me a ring. Thank you very much. Nice seeing you again.
Thank you, Susan.
Great. I took the privilege or the executive decision to put some of these in the brown bookcase in the hallway there. So if anybody leaving here would like to take one, you may. And if not, I'll ask one of you council members, you can fight over the ones that are in the bookcase.
Thank you.
Eric, is this up on our website, the city website?
I don't believe it is. I don't think Susan's provided it to the city yet. So
Oh, could we do that, please? That would
if she
be
can
great.
work with Susan, or excuse me, with Cynthia Mallet, we can definitely put that up.
Oh, excellent. Thanks.
Just drop by City Hall and drop some off tomorrow. Oh, perfect. And that's all.
Okay, thank you, Don. Thank you. So Ms. Vadrine, you're up.
I want to speak for 3 minutes on respect and civility while holding public office. Jean James has called out the mayor of Encinitas in speaking at a San Clemente rally that she was invited to speak at August 6th. Mayor Blake Spear is working for solutions to end homelessness in Encinitas and has achieved some success. He cited a recent homeless person's death in Encinitas. He was bullying and mocking. Councilman James, have you forgotten Stephen Riley, who died on San Clemente streets outside of the senior center homeless? This happened on your watch. Have you forgotten Scott Reinhold, homeless, who died on El Camino Real after being stopped for jaywalking? This happened on your watch. Instead of creating barriers and rewording ordinances to criminalize homelessness, demonstrate leadership with real solutions. Work with Councilman Duncan, the rest of City Council and city staff to fix the problems of homelessness in and for San Clemente. 821, Jean James wrote, Mayor Blank Spear can't seem to stay out of San Clemente. She appeared with advocates for vagrancy as she lectured San Clemente on the need to pay to house vagrants. As she was in our city, a man was dying on our streets. Catherine Blakespeare is a politician. She is the mayor of Encinitas and a candidate for state senate. She was an invited speaker by the San Clemente Affordable Housing Coalition at a rally on 8/6 for San Clemente elected officials to accept responsibility for their role in solving homelessness. James calls the homeless vagrants. They are not vagrants. Most of them are residents, inhabitants, citizens of San Clemente. Councilman James is their representative, their public servant. He should show respect for his constituents. Thank you.
Shelley Moore.
The more I research Amazon, the more I don't understand why San Clemente would consider the Amazon project. It will only bring traffic, smog, lights, noise, wear and tear of the streets, and for what? Property tax? All over the internet, there's news story after news story of the havoc Amazon causes to small towns. And every story includes how after 6 months, Amazon doubles the amount of trucks, vans, and employee traffic. Who will benefit from Amazon? Not San Clemente residents. The TCA will. Thank you.
Jill Watson.
Hello, council. I wasn't even thinking of speaking tonight. I just wanted to come out and see what's been going on. There's a lot going on online. And thankfully, we have residents in this town that pay attention. and get to things so that the citizens of San Clemente can find out what's going on before an Amazon is built and people are like, what happened? Why, how did that get here? Well, it got here because a lot of us weren't paying attention. So I appreciate the people that are online that are showing us what's happening. So I am definitely opposed to the Amazon fulfillment center that's going on back there. Like this other lady just said, it's going to be 24/7 noise, light pollution. We don't need it. We're a small town. I'm sick and tired of this town trying to build everything up. The gas station's another example. We're a small beach town. I've lived here 40 years. I'm a 40-year resident. Yes, I've seen a lot of change, but I don't want to be in Irvine and I don't want to be a big city. You know, if that's your thought, then go live in Irvine. I want our city council members to stick up for what the city, what the town and the residents of San Clemente want. I'm going to guess most of them don't want a big fulfillment center stuck at the end of Pico. The gas station, I have a question. When is that going to be voted on? Because I went to the open house last week and I was told that this could be happening in the next couple of weeks. I talked to the developers, I talked to the architect. So I'd like to know, and how does the city find, or how do the residents find out about this? I mean, I don't know. I'm sure there's websites, but not every citizen knows how to follow all of that. And then all of a sudden, here we are with a big ugly gas station stuck on the corner of La Plata and Hermosa, just because people want to be convenient and, you know, get their car washed on the way home. Well, we have a ton of car washes. We have a ton of gas stations, and we don't need another one. And we don't need a fulfillment center from Amazon. Thank you.
That concludes oral communications.
Okay, I want to respond to just a couple of the comments that I heard, and if I miss yours, I'm sorry. I'm trying to take notes. Completely unfair to say that I told you not to write me. Amanda, I asked you not to write me and tell me what other council members said. That's because I don't want the Brown Act. I don't want to hear what other council members are saying. So it's not fair to ever say that I told you not to write me, because that is not true. IBI study, yes, that was a good thing to do. And Ms. Watson, and anyone that's here, the thing that I want to say is Amazon is not on this agenda. It's not something the council is considering. We are trying very hard to not even talk about Amazon because it's nothing that is before us. We can't actually talk to you about it. And as far as I know, there is no application whatsoever that has been completed. There's nothing that's been going on. There's no lies and deceit or corruption that's going on. There's nothing that's being planned that is that's not public. And how you know if something's on the agenda comes out, it's published to the public, and it will always say what is on the agenda. And you can go to our website and see that, and it comes out usually the Thursday before a council meeting. It will be published. The newspaper also publishes a lot of what's on our agenda, but we're not trying to put anything through and to threaten an entire city council that you're going to remember when the next election on something that's not even before us. And you have every right to sit here.
Madam
on
Mayor,
Amazon.
Point of order.
Why are you
It's a point of
interrupting
order.
me?
The public has had their 3-minute comments. I think we need to move on with our business. To
Okay, well, I
respond,
respect
to tell
that.
people what they can and shouldn't do is probably
No.
inappropriate, Madam Mayor.
I am not doing that. And I resent that you're trying to do that. I am telling them they have every right to sit here. And what I do know that a staff member came up and told you, we thought that people must think that Amazon's on the agenda. We had a very, very big agenda. You were going to wait a long time to have to speak.
Point of
That's
order.
all. Wait,
Point
hold
of
on
order.
one second.
Point of order.
You're out of line. Do not do that to me
Point of
right
order
now.
can
No,
can
I'm
be
not
occurred
recognizing
anytime
you.
that there's a
No,
point of order.
no.
Our agenda
Steve,
does not call for debate with the audience.
It's
Our
not. I'm
agenda
giving
calls for
information.
public
Ms. Wa-
comments. Public comments have been made. I suggest we move on with the agenda.
Okay, no, not going to do it because I am the parliamentarian. I am just trying to answer questions. Ms. Watson wanted to know how you can find out. I don't want the public to think that something's being planned behind your back because it's not happening at all. And all we're trying to do is not break the Brown Act, not discuss Amazon. And every time that you come in and you say something, we're just going to listen to it, but we're not going to ever comment on it because we can't. So, and to say that we are trying to hide something and that our staff came up and is trying to stop your civil rights
Point of
is
order.
not happening.
May I make a motion? We continue with our agendized meeting.
I second that motion. Let's continue with the business meeting.
Yeah, well, so I
Call for
think
the
the public
question.
needs to know.
Point of order.
Hold
There's
on.
been a
It's
motion
not
and a
it's
second.
not a
I call for a
discussion.
motion.
No,
Madam Clerk, would you read the
Okay.
motion, please?
hold on.
There's a motion and a
This is an
second.
improper motion.
It's a proper motion and
No,
I've
it's
called
not.
for it and it's been seconded. And let's have a
It-
vote to continue with the
Is
agenda.
there any other points that you want to make before we go?
Yes, I actually would like to make a couple of points and answer
then-
questions, and that's
and
what
then
I try and do to help.
I agree, but I do think we should move on after you make
Okay.
this point.
The part about parking that Mrs. McHugh
Point
brought
of
up,
order,
I will
point
talk
of
to
order,
staff
Madam
about that.
Mayor. There's been a motion
will
and
talk
a
to staff.
second. I call for the question.
You know what?
Madam
Just
Clerk,
drop
please,
it.
please
Drop
read
it,
the roll.
Yeah, drop it. All right, Madam
move
Clerk,
on.
next item is item 3. Is there a motion waiving in full of all resolutions and ordinances?
So moved.
Second,
Okay,
Moved
who
by
was-
Mayor
who
Pro
made that
Tem.
motion?
Yeah, motion by Mayor Pro Tem James, seconded by Councilmember Duncan, Noblock, excuse me.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Are there any items that need to be agendized for immediate action?
I see none.
Hearing none. Next item is closed session report from the city attorney.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. There was one reportable action item in connection with the first litigation matter, which is a lawsuit against TCA. The city council voted to authorize a short-term agreement with Timothy T. Coates. He's a partner and appellate specialist at Greens, Martin, Stein, and Richland. The contract is not to exceed $10,000 to assess the city's options for appeal. The motion to enter into that contract was made by Mayor Pro Tem James, seconded by Councilmember Duncan, and passed 3-2 with Council members Noblock and Ferguson opposed.
All right, Madam Clerk. Next item.
May I make a motion?
Yes.
We're
On.
coming up on consent calendar. Item, I want to make a motion in regards to item 9F. We have Ms. Donna Calise here from Sports Fishing, and we have the president, Mr. Ken Frank, from the Sports Fishing Association of California. If I could make a motion, I'd like to get Mr. Frank out of here. He came from out of town. I would like to make a motion to move item 9F up to now. And so we can, it's going to be quick and should only take a few minutes.
Okay, that is on our consent calendar. I think we should go ahead and pull any items that we are going to pull and.
No, it's
No,
it's
It's
not.
on the
It's
consent.
new
Oh, it's
calendar. I'm
business.
putting it ahead of the consent
Ahead
calendar.
of
Oh, I
consent.
see.
Yeah.
I'll
Okay.
second that.
I thought you were just moving it to the front.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
Mayor Ward, if I may, I had requests from the audience to also move up 12A, which is at the end. It's the second reading of the special events permit item. I'd like to make a motion and move that up as well, please.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have two motions. Second motion was to move up 12A. And Madam, let's see, where did you say that you'd like it to move it to? To the front
Yeah,
of
right
the
now.
public agenda?
Right after
Right
the.
after the
Oh,
one
right
Mayor
after.
Pro Tem James had proposed we move up. as
Madam Clerk,
well.
is there any issue with moving that in the? No, okay. Thank you.
Okay, so on the first motion that was made by Mayor Pro Tem James, to do 9F now, who seconded that? I heard someone.
Ferguson.
Okay. Okay, so voting on that motion, Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
That carries 5-0. The second motion that was made by Councilmember Ferguson, seconded by Councilmember Duncan, to move up 12A until right after 9F. Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
All right,
Okay, so moving to 9F.
9F. So let's hear from the, if there's public comments, let's hear from that first.
There are. Okay, first comment will be from Donna Callis, sorry about that, and then seconded by Ken Frank.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Can you hear me? Yeah. My name is Donna Calles, and together with my family, we own Dana Wharf Sport Fishing and Whale Watching in Dana Point Harbor. Prior to that, in 1956, we owned San Clemente Sport Fishing off the San Clemente Pier. And so when it opened in 1971, we moved to Dana Point. I'm here today because Mr. Ken Franke will explain after me. But during COVID, we were made aware of a California Air Resource Board proposed rule that would affect our sport fishing and whale watching boats. Basically, beginning in 2026, we will not be able to operate our boats anymore. In fact, we will have to retire them. As many of you know, Dana Wharf Sport Fishing and Whale Watching has 17 boats in our fleet. We employ 50 to 75 employees, and we see over 50,000 visitors annually that go whale watching and sport fishing. We also donate numerous trips to schools, military, special needs, veterans, Wyland Foundation, free boat rides with Santa. We do it all. We have been in this community for a very, very long time. My father, Don Hanson, started the business, and it's always his goal to give back. We have never, ever seen anything like these regulations. We're very scared. And so we, together with the Sport Fishing Association of California, have been rallying our local city councils, Chamber of Commerce, to stop the proposed regulation on our boats. What else could I tell you? The local source of economic benefit to the communities that our sport fishing and whale watching boats produce, we're working waterfronts all the way from San Francisco all the way down to San Diego. So if you can imagine, if you take all of those sport fishing boats out and whale watching boats, along with ferries that go to Catalina Island, we would have a huge impact on our economy. The California Air Resource Board has given us really no definitive answer of why they're doing this to us, besides the fact that our passengers can afford to pay the difference. So it will probably be triple if we could even do the proposal that they're asking us to, but at this time, there's no engines that we could move up to. So with that, I will cede the rest of my time to Ken Franke, the president of the Sport Fishing Association. I just want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Gene James for allowing me to come here, and thank you to Kathy Ward. We just really need your help to stop this unneeded regulation. Thank you.
Good to go.
Yes, you have 3 minutes. You get to speak. You don't, you're not a remainder of time.
I appreciate that. Mayor Ward, Mayor Pro Tem James, and City Council members. What Donna Calles just told you is not at all an exaggeration. This is a very serious issue. It's going to affect all the commercial passenger vessels that engage in marine recreation activities in the entire state. What in simple terms is being asked by CARB, they've proposed a new rule to require engines that will not fit on any of Donna Calles' family's boats, much less any of the other boats in the entire fleet. CARB has come back with a proposal that we replace them and that we pass on the cost of the entire fleet to the public. And that's going to cost millions and millions and millions of dollars. And frankly, most of these boats, this is the place families that can't afford their own boat
this is their only way to go out in the ocean. It's very simply that. The other thing is, I've got 40 years as a captain on the boats in the fleet. The equipment that they're prescribing for the boats has a very high exhaust temperature on it that is very frightening as far as a fire concern. Because of that, CARB has also said wooden and fiberglass boats need to be replaced. That leaves steel or aluminum. So the bottom line is what they're prescribing is basically the end of an industry. And we are trying to rally all the coastal communities, the city councils, the chambers of commerce, up and down the entire coast, the entire state, to reach out to CARB and say, please work with us. These boats, all the owners have been upgrading engines all the time to whatever is the new best engine available. At this moment in time, what they're requiring doesn't exist. So now what do? We can't make up something to fit on these boats. The technology will come, and at that point, we'd be more than happy to go and put it on the boats. But until such time as that, we have asked CARB to continue to permit the boats to operate. And then as equipment becomes available, then we talk about upgrading the vessels. With that, thank you very much.
Is that the public comment? Okay, so I'm going to close the public comment on that. So Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for bringing this up. I found it interesting. I just want to talk to the council about it, that what's being proposed is this time frame is for things that don't exist yet.
Right.
And I have a big problem with that, because I'm not even sure what's going to be proposed. And I don't think the state of California does either. I don't think the Air Resources Board actually does know that. And I think there needs to be a longer conversation of what to do. I don't think it's unreasonable to say when and if you figure out this, this equipment and what needs to be done, and you figure out what you want, these engines to be, then we have that discussion, because it's going to take a long time to even fabricate this. One of the concerns I have is this is many people to get out on the ocean. These boats are that. And I'm wondering what Avalon and the island of Catalina even thinks about this, because no one's going to be able to go except anyone that has their own boat to Avalon. And so essentially their industry over there is going to be done, because people won't be able to go. And a lot of people own homes over there, and they're just not going to be able to get there without a boat.
One thing that our two speakers that are here this evening, and I thank them for being here, did not mention was over the past, I don't know whether it's 10 or 20 years, there have been like 2 or 3 renditions of requirements from the state that these boat owners had to swap out their engines. Is that true? Yes. And then the other thing that's absolutely crazy, they had to swap out their engines, and then they had to drill holes through the engine so those engines could never be sold or used again. This is overreach by the state. This is lunacy. And I think we need to get behind a local business where we have an economic interest in the business surviving. We have people in this city who are invested in that business and who work in that business. And subject to my fellow council members having any other comments, I'm prepared at any time to make a motion in regards to this letter of opposition.
Just one quick comment, Mayor Pro Tem James. I think certainly the intent is good. Right, we want to make sure that we are protecting the environment, but I think Mr. Frankie hit on the key point, which is, and also I should point out, there is a long phase-in program, depending on the type of vessel, which I don't know vessels enough to be able to tell whether it's 2, 3, 5, or 10. I know 10 is the max, but I think the problem, again, highlighted by Mr. Frankie, is the technology, though, doesn't exist to do this right now, and it may never exist, or at least we don't know when it is going to. So to set a timeline, even one far out, when you don't have an assurance that they'll be able to get the type of technology to make this work on a fiberglass vessel, for instance, I agree, doesn't make sense to me. So I'm prepared to support your motion.
I can support the proposal as well. I think this is one of a continuing line of creeping regulatory controls that we see out of Sacramento. It's unnecessary, it's unreasonable, it's draconian. It has a tremendous negative economic effect on the boating industry, and I can support it fully. I would just ask that recommendation 2 that sends the transmittal letter to our local senators and Congressman Levin, that we include our assembly members and also our 2 US senators, because they represent the coastal interests up and down the entire state. So I'd just add those additional people be added to the distribution list.
Right, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
So I make a motion to approve the letter of opposition of the California Air Resources Board, Commercial Harbor Craft Regulations provided as attachment 1 to the administrative report dated September the 7th, 2021, which is on file with the city clerk. 2, direct staff to transmit the letter to local senators, assembly people, to our United States senators, and to U.S. Representative Levin.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem James and a second by Councilmember Noblock.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Moving to item 12A.
12A.
That
Let me
is the
find
second
that.
reading of ordinance number 1717 relating to special event permits, amplified sound, and excessive noise in public places. And do have some cards on this
Okay, let's hear
item,
from the public.
including one reading accommodation, if I could. And this is from, let me put the. This is from Sharon Williams. She writes, as a Democrat who believes strongly in the preservation of the First Amendment, I was extremely disappointed to watch 3 members of council vote in support of requiring permits to participate in expressive activity in San Clemente. I've seen and heard numerous justifications for this vote from Chris Duncan, which are neither consistent nor valid. When this was being discussed on the dais, Gene James spoke about the BLM rally, which was in fact peaceful, that took place in San Clemente, that I was not only in attendance at, but dear friends of mine helped to organize. We are not a rent-a-mob. We are San Clemente residents. What was particularly concerning, though, was that Chris Duncan did nothing to correct that false and harmful narrative being delivered from the dais and continued to vote along with the one presenting said false narrative. Kathy Ward went on to say that she just wanted to know who was coming into our city, which I found interesting. What kind of individual freedom of speech requires checking in with the city government first? In addition, strict scrutiny is a standard in U.S. constitutional law that a court uses to find if a policy infringes on fundamental constitutional rights. Our city attorney quite clearly stated that the option which was ultimately supported would likely not hold up against strict scrutiny, and yet Duncan, Ward, and James voted in that direction anyway. It's clear the version supported by those 3 was not narrowly tailored, but was in fact the most restrictive. I sincerely hope Duncan, James, and Ward to rethink their positions and vote no. And the cards, let's see, the first will be Martina, the last name, Judy Jones, and Donna Vidri.
So thank you for moving this issue up in the agenda. I found it very concerning that it was buried to the back of the agenda where, most people have packed up and went home. It seems to me that this was premeditated, and it was premeditated on shutting down First Amendment rights speech. It all started with, I guess, the homeless demonstration that was on this very lawn, and counter demonstrators, and both people were well within their rights to be there. Okay. And what I don't think this council appreciates, that if you do this, okay, so that beautiful memorial march that happened on Sunday wouldn't have happened, because it would have required a special events permit and $1 million insurance policy. Okay. The graduation march march down Del Mar wouldn't happen. The homecoming parade on Del Mar wouldn't happen. And we're the only city in Orange County that has a homecoming parade. Okay. All these beautiful events that happen in San Clemente and some cultural events that really aren't on the radar, such as the office chair races, wouldn't happen under this policy. And I urge you to fight against it. Councilmember Duncan, you spoke and you knew, okay, what would happen if you passed the ordinance as it was read, and it would result in attention from the ACLU. And that's exactly what it did here. Okay. We're tired of our speech being stifled. How could a council that put forth a second amendment, okay, that was policy, okay, make it a freedom city. How can you respect the Second Amendment and not respect the First Amendment? Okay, the Constitution, everything matters in the Constitution, and we need to stand for it. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor Ward and other council members. I'm Judy Jones, a 25-year resident of San Clemente. And I'm here today to talk to you about, as you know, the special events permits ordinance. But first, I wanted to say thank you very much to the number of people who organized the event on Sunday, which was a very touching and appropriate memorial and appreciation of our city to the members of the military who were killed in the bombing in Afghanistan. And also, I hope it gave some comfort to those family members and their friends who could have even been expecting these people to return home in the next few days. So I think that this permit that I'm talking about today, permits ordinance, is really addressing several rights in the Constitution. One is the First Amendment, freedom of speech, to speak and express in any way you want your opinion, whether other people agree with you or not. And also then the First Amendment includes the right of assembly, which it is called, quote, the right of people peaceably to assemble. So I think that this will be found unconstitutional and at least challenged in court, costing San Clemente needless amounts of money. There are some limitations that may be needed for assembly and for the safety of the community and for the safety of property. And these need to be reasonable, content neutral. They need to be narrowly tailored and cause the least amount of restrictions of your constitutional rights, and can include permits, size limits, and curfews. Please note the reasonable and least restrictive parts of this. Obviously, the police and the parks and recreation people should probably be informed, and that makes sense. But, and then as we talked about the vigil that was held on Sunday, they could not do a 60-day or a 30-day as mentioned in this ordinance. And they then therefore had to try to do something very quickly, which would cost them a lot of money and also a lot of staff time, which is sometimes beyond the ability of the staff to turn this out over a weekend. In effect, you are limiting the possibility of the local people doing anything, and you're giving the rights to large corporations like Amazon, large national political parties, maybe some things that I would support and I would oppose, but they would have much more ease of finding a way to abide by this resolution. So please vote against this and save San Clemente from legal fees.
Thank you.
And promote our continuing support of the Constitution.
Ms. Vadrine, do we have any comments after Ms. Vadrine? Okay, thank you.
This proposed ordinance will infringe on people's free speech and assembly rights in San Clemente. The city should reject this proposed ordinance limiting free speech. It is unconstitutional because it impinges on the people's First Amendment rights to freedom of assembly and freedom of expression. It would be irresponsible for the city to adopt this clearly unconstitutional ordinance. If the city council votes tonight to adopt it, you will be inviting yet another lawsuit you will lose. You must stop wasting taxpayer money. Public officials have a built-in forum to get their opinions known and do not need to hold rallies to get their views supported. I don't agree with having to pay a fee for the right to protest. 60 or even 30 days notice is unreasonable. It is unfair to place this burden on average citizens. A lot of events happen fairly spontaneously. A San Clemente citizen organized the Memorial March down Del Mar to Park Semper Fi Sunday. The San Clemente community came together to honor those soldiers who lost their lives in Afghanistan and to support our military and their families. So if we find out on a Friday night when the city council agenda often comes out that something will be coming to council the following Tuesday night in order to have a spontaneous rally with more than 50 people or of any size with amplified sound, we would have to submit to the city manager by 6 p.m. Sunday a detailed application, sworn declaration about lack of earlier notice, pay an application fee, and provide proof for $1 million liability insurance. And to think we are officially designated a freedom city. This ordinance violates our rights to freedom of speech and freedom of assembly because it does not exempt expressive activities from the permit requirement. This means the city will get sued and will have to pay substantial legal fees defending an indefensible ordinance. Please vote no on the proposed ordinance as it is presented tonight at the second reading.
Okay, we just got one more. Louise Herbert.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I've been sitting here all night, not really planning on speaking on topic, but wanting to listen to the different opinions on this particular item number. I have spent 27 years in public events, producing public events, having to buy liability insurance for them with only one person's name on the contract, mine. And those are large public events at the Anaheim Convention Center with over 80,000 people in attendance yearly, one of 5 events per year. My question on what you're proposing, and I don't know if this is the right forum or if a forum needs to be organized for this, but what is on the books now? I would like to know. Why is this ordinance being brought about? Whom is it being really directed towards? Is it to avoid things like the Alan Hostetter event and tearing down the fence and being encouraged by certain people within our community to do it? I understand liability. I have always been one of those people at Disneyland to ask people to get off the walkways or stop climbing in the bushes because liability, liability, liability. But I'm very confused with the way it is written, why it's on the books, why we don't already have something, what is it replacing, and who is it addressing? Can that be discussed? Thank you.
That's the end? Okay. All right. So council members, this is the second reading.
Can I lead the discussion, Mayor Ward? Okay.
Yes.
I think I'd like to start with addressing some of Ms. Herbert's concerns because it came up in some of the other comments, and maybe I'll defer to the city attorney on this to the extent that you can opine or explain what was the issue with our existing ordinance covering special events that led us to look at this new ordinance.
Yeah, if I could, Mayor and Council, thanks for that question. And I did ask the city clerk, I made a summary of kind of before and after where you are now. in terms of what's on the books and what's proposed here. And I appreciate that question because it does go to the heart of things. I don't know if Laura or Joanne could show us that picture, the PowerPoint from earlier. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. So the first issue with the current ordinance is definitional. This is telling you the ordinance requires permits for commercial and non-commercial special events. But the definition of non-commercial events tells you what it is not, actually with a triple negative, but it doesn't tell you what it is. And so there has been a lot of conversation and frankly, a lot of friction over the course of my tenure here about what this includes and what it excludes, from people seeking to have permits and legitimize their activities, and from people who want to regulate activities and address the potential nuisance aspects of them. So this is, I don't think saying anything that's not obvious is unconstitutionally vague, because I can't figure it out, and I've tried since 2019.
And this is our current.
This is what your code now uses to define non-commercial special events, which require a permit, but I don't know what they are. The other, I guess I'll call them imperfections or liabilities in your ordinance are in the next slide. If Kate can show those. I already mentioned the first problem. It's unclear and vague. I think unconstitutionally vague about the difference between non-commercial and non-expressive events. It purports to cover expressive activities in the right of way with more than 20 people, but it doesn't say what we're supposed to do about non-expressive, non-commercial events. So if I wanted to have a birthday party in the street, I think I could under your current ordinance. It has vague standards for permit denial. The city manager or staff can deny a permit if the proposed activity endangers health, safety, and welfare. I think those standards are unconstitutional. This ordinance has 2 pages of hyper objective standards for permit denial. There should be no dispute in here about the grounds for denying a permit. There's no room for creativity. If the manager decides to issue a permit, he or she can impose conditions controlling the time, place, and manner of the activity. That's a great constitutional standard, but without providing specificity or guideposts for the manager in imposing conditions, the ordinance is unconstitutional. This one has 2 pages of very explicit conditions that are the only conditions that may attach to a permit that's issued. The ordinance is not clear about cost recovery. It references a fee, but then it talks about full cost recovery of all costs. As we discussed at your last meeting, that's not constitutional either, because if someone is exercising their right to protest or their right to petition the government, and they are facing menace from another source, then the city and the public have to pay the costs of controlling that menace, not the victim of it who's protesting or marching. Your ordinance prohibits using amplified sound to yell, shout, hoot, whistle, or sing in the public streets. It also prohibits speech that is profane, lewd, or indecent, which is also unconstitutional. So to me, as your legal advisor, it seemed difficult to ask your staff, lay people, to impose these terms, which are unconstitutional on their face and which really need tightening. So for some time now, it has been my request that's been approved by the city council that the council and the city impose no permit requirements on anyone, even my birthday party in the park, that I don't reserve, because your ordinance is so flawed. Anyway,
Okay.
we've provided you, we provided your last meeting. Oh, if I could say
Yeah.
one last thing.
Sure.
I loved, was it Ms. Jones in the back in turquoise? Your summary of the legal test was exactly right. The city can regulate the time, place, and manner of all speech, but if you're regulating the time, place, and manner of expressive speech, you face strict scrutiny. I think this ordinance passes strict scrutiny. It's based on ordinances that have been upheld by federal courts. But that is the test, and the standard is an uphill standard if you're talking about expressive street, especially in parks and sidewalks.
So let's talk about expressive speech. In the ordinance that you presented to us at the last meeting, the main topic of discussion was the section on expressive speech, which is where we've got most of our comments. And you provided 3 options. Were any of those options constitutionally invalid?
No, they all are based on ordinance, like I said, that have been upheld by federal.
Okay, even the provision of the expressive speech that we did pass at the last.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. But were some subject maybe to greater attack by someone who maybe wanted to challenge the ordinance?
Because it's expressive speech that it is afforded strict scrutiny, First Amendment protection, yes.
Okay. I think we corrected the record on that. And I just want to sort of summarize how we got here. So hopefully I'll then talk about where we can go. I made a motion that we adopt the middle provision of the expressive speech ordinance. That one would have accepted from the permit requirements excessive speech that took place in a street or sidewalk or park.
That was your motion. Yes.
Are those all of the traditional public forums?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Just to make clear too, I didn't get a second on my motion. So there was a motion to adopt the provision we did adopt, which would have required permits of all expressive activity. Was there a motion? Do you call for any other version of the ordinance?
I think that was it, Councilman.
All right. I think we have the record straight. And if anyone else, I'm not sure if anyone else would like to comment, but if not, I'd like to make a motion.
I would like Captain Benfield, if you could go to the mic, because I have a few questions for you in regards to this, please. I want to adopt whatever the least restrictive ordinance would be, as least restrictive as we can, but at the same time, I want to protect the city. And so one of the things, and I set this up with Captain Benfield earlier today. One of the things I would like Captain Benfield to talk about is from a law enforcement perspective, would he want to work in an environment where there is some ordinance on special events, or would you want to work in an environment where there's no ordinance, and what the problems would be with that?
Oh, certainly. Yeah, and to our discussion earlier, of course, there's some advantage gained by information that can be gleaned prior to an event, such as what some of the things you would learn through the permitting process. And I agree with your statement about the comment in the back. I think she was right on point with not interfering with the constitutional rights of the residents of San Clemente, or anywhere else for that matter, while at the same time trying to address public safety concerns, because that's where we stand from the sheriff's position. Whether the event is permitted or not, we will be there to provide for the protection of public safety and personal property. Some of the information is nice to know in advance, and you don't get that with spontaneous, unplanned or unpermitted events, but so be it. Either way, we're going to be there to do our job.
I think you answered my question. Does anyone have any other?
Yeah, I have a comment. Laura,
Is this
go ahead.
comment to,
No, not for this.
can I ask the
Well, I
captain
have
a
a
question
question
before he
for him.
leaves then? Please, thank you. So what are some of the consequences of staffing when we don't have adequate information ahead of time of who's coming or how many people? What could the consequences be to staffing?
Typically, I think what we've seen across the country is crowds that gather quickly and outnumber the resources that we have available to deal with them, even if it's something peaceful but impacts traffic. This is fortunate that we're a large department, so we do have a number of resources that we can deploy, but calling on those last minute, obviously it takes time to mobilize and to get into position to be effective. So there can be a time delay. You guys are well aware of the staff that we have here with the San Clemente Police Services. It's not enough people to take on a large crowd, even when peaceful, just to direct, like we say, for traffic or to prevent damage to property. But we do have contingency plans in place, and we do plan for all events, large and small, whether they're permitted or not, whether they're man-made or natural disasters. So I think we're in a good position to deal with whatever comes our way.
When there is a large unpermitted expressive activity or otherwise, and that results in calling in additional staff from the department, is that cost borne by the city?
It depends on the resources. It could be if you need specialty units. We do have contingencies of mobile field force that we can draw on from the other cities that contract through the sheriff's department, as well as staff in the jail that are on a daily list of available personnel. And then outside of that, we would be reaching out to specialty units, maybe units that aren't currently working, depending on the time or the day, where you'd be getting into your investigations, or maybe your specialty details, your SWAT units, this sort of thing, depending on the size of the crowd and the type of the activity that's taking place. Beyond that, we'd be reaching out to other independent police departments in the county, and then beyond the county lines if things got to that level.
Well, we've had a couple recent large events in the last year. My understanding, and this is before your time, Captain Benfield, is that those costs ran to the city in excess of $100,000 each. Does that sound right?
280.
Okay, well, hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I just want to make the point, when we're trying to come up and balance these interests, we do need to take that into account, and it's an extraordinary cost for the city. And we certainly want to allow and promote expressive conduct, but we do have to look at whether there are procedures that can be put in place so that at least there's enough forewarning to minimize those costs, perhaps, and ease the burden on our deputies who are trying to respond to those changing circumstances. So just to make that point, because that's forefront in my mind as I look at the different options as well. I think that's sort of what you highlighted, Mayor Pro Tem James.
That's exactly right. And my thing is, every other city in our general vicinity has a special event permit process. Without it, we expose ourselves to being a soft target to someone who's looking for a target of opportunity. That would be us. In regards, first thing, the other thing I'd like to say, the comments from Miss Herbert, and I never thought I'd say this, I agreed with everything you said.
Can you elaborate?
But the other, and Miss Jones was spot on at the end as well, so thank you. The other thing to look at, although it sounds like a $1 million policy is really onerous on the promoter or the organizer, but I believe $1 million liability policy for a one-day event will come in right under $200. Mr. City Manager, we were speaking about that today. Did you confirm that number?
Yes. So in the past, when we had the SCP process in our books and we were enforcing it, when an applicant would come to us, one of the requirements is insurance, and they can obviously go wherever they want for their insurance. But we have a program that we offer through Alliance Insurance that provides discounted insurance for one-day events. And on average, they're about $200 for a one-day event. So it's a cost-effective way to get insurance if you don't have that means outside of the city.
And then the other thing I would say, and I would go back to our event on Sunday. The organizers of that event came to me and talked to me, and I said, we really don't have a valid special event permit program, but they wanted to get a permit for that. So what I did is I worked with the city manager worked with Captain Benfield, and in fact, we were prepared. I'm not sure we were prepared for as many people that showed up, because they did a great job of promoting, thank God they did. And it was a very cooperative, great group of people who got together. But to that point, City Attorney, I would like to see some ability to turn a permit application around very quickly if there's a need to turn it around. I would certainly like to have the 60-day advance notice, but on something like this event to honor the 13 from Kabul, I think we need to have some sort of exception to policy in there in which we can turn an event around very quickly for someone.
If I could, Mayor and Council, your current ordinance does not have that. This has a hyper collapsed expediting process that gives the city manager, without input from staff, the ability to turn that permit around in 48 hours by showing that it's about some late breaking event or some concern, which the focus of Sunday's event definitely would have satisfied.
Madam Mayor, that's all I have. Captain Benfield, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Noblock.
Yes, I'd like to say that, the item that we handled just prior to this one dealt with the fundamental issues of government intrusion, regulation, and that deal with the marine industry and motors. But the concept was government intrusion on the freedom of people to simply conduct the business the way they choose. I'm opposed to this ordinance for similar reasons, but more important reasons. This ordinance goes far beyond the economic impact of a motor. It deals with the fundamental and important rights of freedom of assembly and freedom of speech, not permitted assembly and permitted speech, or paid for assembly and paid for speech, but the freedom of it. And I'm opposed to it. The rationale for this has been discussed that last year we had a BLM rally and then a Trump rally, and it cost hundreds of thousands of dollars in extra police service. The Trump rally was held at a time when the BLM was burning cities, mugging people, killing people, literally having anarchy in the streets. So the police were prepared to respond properly, and they did an outstanding job. But that doesn't mean we have to hamstring our citizens who want to simply gather and speak with each other in a public place. I'm opposed to it. And, just because we have the ability to regulate certain speech in terms of time, manner, location, but not impede expressive type of speech, just because we have that ability doesn't mean we should. And when I was elected, my public policy default mode is for freedom and liberty. Freedom should be free, not permitted and paid for. And so I have to oppose this ordinance.
I have a question for Councilmember Knobloch.
Yes, go ahead. And then
Is there
Councilmember
any
Ferguson.
ordinance that would be acceptable to you that we could at least set up a process by which we know who's coming and how many's coming?
We're not looking at other ordinances, we're looking at this order.
It was a fair question to ask.
no, well, my job isn't to answer interrogatories at the table
Okay, never mind.
because we don't have any
All
other
right.
ordinance before us,
Forget it.
only this one.
You know what? I appreciate you asking
I-
because that's how we
I just
come up
want to
with
clarify too,
something
you're,
else. Hold on
the
one second.
problem with the ordinance is, just to
Hold on.
clarify too, Councilmember Noblock, the problem is just with the expressive speech section, right? You don't have a problem with the whole ordinance.
No,
other
I
than
have a problem with the whole ordinance. I don't believe we should require our citizens to get permission, pay a fee to gather and assemble. I just don't think
Even
that's
for,
appropriate.
even for
And
commercial.
what happens if they don't do it? They're
entire
subject to
ordinance.
fine, arrestment, and imprisonment. Come on.
Okay.
Are we favor of liberty or not? That's,
All right.
that's
So
the
you've
question.
commented twice. Councilmember Ferguson, go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Mayor Ward. Yeah, I have quite a few things to say. This is actually the fourth time as a council member that I've addressed this as a body here. This goes back to September 1st was the first time, November 17th, and of course, August 17th, and now September 7th. When this came on the agenda on September 1st, coincidentally, it appeared right after a summer of BLM marches and Trump marches, American freedom marches, et cetera, all peaceful. We had no violence in our town, thankfully, and the Orange County Sheriff's Department protected and served and did an excellent job. And I asked at that meeting to answer Mrs. Louise Herbert's question is where did this all come from? And when I asked at the first meeting, I know I asked you, city attorney, I said, where did this come from? Because the only way we get policy decisions on the agendas is when a member publicly requests it and gets a second from another member. And that never happened in my time. So I don't know where this all came from. It couldn't have come from staff. So I don't want to end what I have a lot to say, but City Attorney, could you tell me if that started maybe with another council member before I came on council?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I can answer that. I thought that was a good question last time. I want to know for sure. The definition of special event and how it applied to employees organizing for a bodyboard competition was on your agenda December 17th, 2019. And that's where the fallacy in the definition and all the other intricacies and weaknesses I noted were brought up with the city council.
Okay, but that wasn't free speech, expressive speech, but a member, do you recall if a member said, we need to look at expressive speech and free assembly, and we need to tackle that and permit it and charge for that? I couldn't find that. I went back to meetings and I couldn't.
Mayor and Council, you wouldn't find that in open session because those problems were discussed privately with the council. And council has directed us and instructed us
I don't
in
recall
this
that.
effort. If I could just have the uninterrupted floor for a sec, Mayor. The council has given us direction to advance this on each of those occasions that you mentioned now for almost 2 years.
Okay,
So
then
that's
that was
why we're here.
private. That was done privately, and that's not according to our policy. And I do recall that bodyboarding contest that had over 20 people. That's not expressive speech. That was never addressed in closed session because that city manager left. So that wasn't even, I wasn't part of any of those discussions, I must say. So, all right, so that's a mystery. Okay, and I just wanted to point out too that we did receive some letters today. Very in-depth analysis, letters from the ACLU and a 40-year civil rights law professor at UCI. And I certainly couldn't, I've never supported this anyway. I think free speech should be free assembly. It's the price of doing government, and people pay taxes, even those that don't come to our town. You know, that's the Constitution, okay? The First Amendment, we have to protect that and uphold that regardless. And we don't have large volumes of these events every year. This was amazing last year, how many we had in events in this town, but I worked for the city for almost 20 years. I lived here for 12, and I've never seen anything like that. So we're coming down really hard on cracking down on the First Amendment here when it's something that isn't even necessary because we don't deal with this on a regular basis. Yeah, so that's important for us to note. I don't think that a couple $100,000, couple hundred thousands of dollars to help man an event and clean up after an event, et cetera, is a lot when you consider the cost of a lawsuit if we get sued. Because it will happen. And I don't know if the city manager, if you've considered what kind of budget we have to have set aside to defend such a lawsuit, because if we implement this, we can count on it happening for sure. I've never seen anything like these restrictions and fees on free speech anywhere I've worked, and I've been in government for 25 years. And then lastly, I just want to just reiterate that I just will always stand for the Constitution. We did stand for being a Second Amendment freedom city, and I equally stand for us being a First Amendment protector of the First Amendment at all costs. So I'll be voting no on this. Thank you.
I need to ask a question of our city attorney. I do remember this issue, being discussed in open session for the council, and you outlined that, even the last time we brought it back, you said, let me take it in and go through some of this expressive speech and really make sure that we've got it dialed in so that we are not violating that. And I think what you said at the last meeting when we did the first reading of this, you mentioned that this ordinance would not trigger anything. It's how we implement it and how we actually permit an event, that if we violated anything then, that would be actionable. But the ordinance itself complies with case law.
Yeah, there Mayor and council, be two types of challenges to the ordinance. One is facially, and we cited case law in the staff report from your last meeting about how this satisfies those constitutional requirements. And I've shown how much trouble we're in now under your current ordinance. This would take care of a lot of those issues. And like I said, the most important thing is how objective it is. It's content neutral.
Right.
The really what's going on and what's being expressed is none of the city's business under this ordinance. That's really important. The conditions attaching to permit issuance or denial and conditions on the permit are completely objective. Your staff is going to celebrate this. Right now, you're in this funny position, and it's untenable for me, and I think your lay staff implementing this ordinance is they're called upon sometimes to demand permits and demand recompense to the city fisc, and other times not to issue permits. And so it's always my advice that if you're not going to enforce ordinances, that you take them off the books or fix them. And that's what brought us here.
Right. So I do appreciate the section on expressive speech, because our other ordinance didn't talk about that. And we know laws change, things change. During COVID, a lot has changed in the world, and we're all trying to respond to that. But I would ask city manager, what I haven't heard in all these discussions is how we're actually going to do a permit. If something was expressive speech and some people just wanted to get together and they just wanted to let you know and give, notice of who to call and who's going to be there and all of that. What kind of permit does that look like? Is that something that's just an administrative quick permit that we can do? They're not really asking for anything. It's not like we're planning the Ocean Festival. Have we looked at, I'm just trying to come up with something that the council might agree to, just a permit that whether we say, that's something that's so minor, there's no cost, or do we say, it's $15? I don't know. But have we looked that far into that?
So yes, so like, let's use the example of somebody that wants to approach the city 4 days before an event, and it's an expressive form, and they want to go to Pico Park, and they want to gather 75 people to rally for whatever the cause is. They come to the city in advance and let us know what they're doing, when they're doing it, how many people they're anticipating. And we can quickly look at, okay, well, how are you going to deal with parking? Because there's only a few spots at Pico, so might be a question to them. But the park itself can easily accommodate 75, and there's bathrooms there. And at the end of the day, we look at it and they say, oh, we're going to park at the outlets, and we're going to take the trolley to North Beach, and we're going to walk up to Pico Park, and we're going to be there for an hour, take some pictures, chant, sing some songs, whatever it is. Again, I agree with Scott. We don't care what the content is. That doesn't have any bearing on us. In that type of example, we would say, great, be safe. Here's a number for you to call if something goes wrong. Obviously, if there's life-threatening issues, you dial 911 and OCSD will respond accordingly. So that's an example of kind of a simple one that wouldn't pose a problem.
But are they going to fill out an actual application for a permit?
I think
some type of a notification.
So depending on how you change or what you do tonight with the SCP, but right now as it stands, if you were to pass the second reading, there is an expressive outlet that allows that to happen without filling out a permit, as long as they notify the city.
Okay, I understand. So I'm just wondering, Councilmember Duncan, what you thought, and I heard it from Mayor Pro Tem, what of what we could do that we're still getting our ordinance in shape that we need it to be in, but what is the least restrictive? What do you have in mind on that?
I guess I have a follow-up question to the city manager. First, I'm not sure we quite addressed it. Would that type of notification, so you're not getting a permit, you're just providing notification, would that assist the city and OCSD in partnership with the city in being able to properly prepare for an event?
Under the example that I gave you, there wouldn't be much that we would need to prepare for. We wouldn't need to dispatch additional overtime deputies to small crowds, 75. It's a peaceful protest. OCSD has their own outlets for kind of vetting to see if there's any potential counter protests that, focus on these groups and so forth. They'd probably come back in this example and say, no, we don't see any outside threats per se. It's going to be quiet, safe. And let's even take it a step further. It's a resident of San Clemente who's coming forward to rally for something. And so, yes.
I guess the important point though is, what would that compare to if you didn't get any notice at all? There might be a big response because you don't know how many people are getting there. And it
We don't know.
appears-
Yeah, we don't know the parking situation. We don't know how many people are going to be there. We start seeing people forming at 20, 30. We start wondering, okay, is there going to be more? We probably would, send a park ranger there to assess, what's going on, what are you doing, and try to learn on the fly. But obviously, we would be in a reactive stance versus a proactive.
And you'd rather be in the proactive.
Definitely would rather be in the proactive.
And then City Attorney Smith, is there a notification requirement in the ordinance as written now? Anything like we're talking about? Like, that's not a permit, just a notification that I'm going to do an event?
No, under the ordinance, under the draft before you, if you're going to have 50 people together, then you need a permit.
Okay. Is there what are the constitutional implications of a notification requirement versus the full permit requirement?
Well, it would be easier to defend because it's less regulation.
Okay.
While you're talking about that, would you mind, Councilmember Duncan, if I asked you to turn to page 12A-12? That's the information that one needs to provide in a permit application. If you just wanted that notification to come over and not require a permit, you could look at that menu and based on what Eric just said, decide how much of that is crucial information to have and what could be spared.
Scott, just to be clear, is that number 12 on page 13? On
Uh,
12A13?
It's agenda page 12A- well, it starts on page 12 and goes to 13 there.
It's a list 1
It's just-
through 23.
Right.
I don't think we're going to be able to go through that at a meeting like this tonight.
No, I
and
know,
pick
I know.
out.
I'm just saying,
But
would you want a trash plan,
yeah,
which is
I think
23, or number 1, which is the name of the organizer?
I think we would want staff input on the type of information in coordination with code compliance and with OCSD that would be helpful in preparing ahead of time. But I think maybe where we can get to at least tonight is, well, I don't think we should approve, and thank you for all the comments. I don't think we should approve the second reading of the ordinance. I think we have a pretty good consensus on that. But I am cognizant of the need to have an ordinance because we're in trouble without a constitutionally defensible one now. So unless there's other comments, I think I'll move that we not do the second reading of the ordinance with the expressive content provision that we selected. And, I would, I don't know if we can do it here, but I would propose we do well, I guess I would propose then that we bring it back because I think we need staff to look into this notification requirement. I don't think we should require permits for expressive speech in public forums. I think we agree on that. But what I think might be helpful is staff input on what kind of a notification requirement could be in there, where at least we get a heads up on what's coming, although we don't have any constraints in terms of the application for a permit that could get us into constitutional hot water. So is that clear as far as a motion?
Can I comment on that? Because what I think I asked of the city manager and what I said at the last meeting, when I talked about a permit, I meant that you filled something out and we got notice of it. And what I asked the city manager is if we got something like that and it's for expressive speech, it's something that they could just approve and say, okay, or give some suggestions, but it's not necessarily that they're paying for it. So
Okay.
how is that different
Yeah.
from a permit?
Here's how it's different, because when a lawyer, an enterprising lawyer is challenging this, and the requirement is that you get approved,
Oh.
that staff look through, even if it's going to be approved. Most of the time it is. A cognizable argument could be made that it's facially invalid because it does have these
Permit.
chances for staff or someone reviewing it to have the content play a role in the decision. If you just have a notification, all of that's not there. And we get the benefit, but we don't get the downside.
So city manager or city attorney, is there any form that we currently have for something like this that wouldn't have the word permit in it?
So let's go, for years, we've always had our free speech zone
Mhm.
next to the pack house
Right.
at the Pier Bowl. And so we've had people come to us and say, I want to set up a booth for recall Newsom or whatever. And we indicate there's a free speech zone. You can go there and you can do that stuff. Now, of course, you're more than welcome to walk up and down the beach, carry a sign or a shirt or pass out flyers. We just ask that you don't litter, obviously environmentally. But there's nothing prohibiting that. But we do designate that free speech zone, and we've done it for years at the Pack House. And then also, I know that when we used to run the farmers market on Del Mar, the operator would always designate a table or a booth for free speech, and it was kind of the first ones to show up, get it, and that's the way it kind of works. So we've always allowed for those, I'll say, organic, expressive moments that people want to utilize to get their voice or their opinion across the table.
Those are also small events. And I think we should remember the definition of event is 50 or under is not even an event. So you're not even getting into the permit thing. So we're talking about larger scale events here anyway. The smaller scale things that you were talking about, they're already below 50. So in a lot of
So
ways,
then-
they don't even fall within.
And you
this.
So
can
then
put
what's
number
the
up for all I
issue?
care.
Yeah.
Right. So then what's the issue? So we look at the number or
No, I
just the
think,
word
well, I
permit?
think we also remember, this doesn't just cover expressive speech, right? So we
Right.
do need something that covers all of that commercial activity that I think, well, at least I believe we should have a permitting process for. So all this does is it takes expressive speech for larger groups
Mhm.
and says, okay, we don't want to get ourselves in hot water constitutionally by having a procedure where potentially, at least somebody could argue, the content of the group's presentation or event comes into play. We just require a 72-hour, and I'd look to the staff to maybe give us a time frame, notice of, certain elements that are probably represented in this list, but I would say it's probably not as many as these 23 points. It's probably a lot less. Just so we can marshal resources, be prepared if necessary, take steps to minimize the impact on the public's ability to enjoy all of the fruits of their taxes, and be prepared for what's coming at least. And that's all I'm saying. I think that's a pretty good balance, and I'm pretty confident that we could come back quickly with a revised ordinance that took that into
And
account.
I think just to give some examples of notification, and again, I'm just going to play the what if game. I want to have something at Pico Park. They notify us in 72 hours in advance, and we can go, oh, wow, we've rented out Pico Park for a birthday party. And that's going to be a conflict. And so do you want to do a different venue?
Sure.
Or do you want to do a different day? Because obviously there's going to be a group there that's permitted via a birthday party is a great example. We issue SCPs all the time. We have an SCP coming up this weekend. It's the car show for the DBA. That's an SCP where we have street closures. We used to have beer gardens, or they used to have beer gardens. They don't, where police is required for security and other types of things for that type of activity.
Yeah.
I'm going to move for the question. About 20 minutes ago, you made a motion. I second.
Well,
Yeah.
but I need to know, and I want staff to know, what does it mean? I
And
understand
it
what you
means-
said.
It means that it doesn't carry the risk of a permitting process that could be fairly easily challenged under strict scrutiny because you're regulating expressive activity in a public forum. That's going to get you to strict scrutiny. So the court's going to look at every little detail of, I'm not saying they're going to find something, but you could put together a lawsuit that would cost us a lot of money to defend.
So what
if
is
you-
that you want staff to
I
do?
want just the notification part. They don't have to get approval from the city. They don't
For
have to.
expressive
I'll
speech.
call for the
Just for
question.
expressive speech.
So
I'll call for the question.
I think I get
Do,
it.
do you understand?
If
what-
I could, just to clarify,
Yeah.
is that all right, Mr. Noblock? The idea here is that if you're involved in organizing expressive speech in traditional public forums, you would tell the city,
Yes,
not ask them.
exactly.
And what you tell them is what you want us to come back with.
And it
the
would be
crucial
basic information, enough information for OCSD to say, oh, wait a minute, okay, we're going to need to bring in maybe extra deputies or special deputies, enough to make sure there's deconfliction from events that may already be taking place there. I think it's in everybody's interest to have that prior notification, but it doesn't intrude into the ability to carry out the expressive
say no.
activity. You get to do that either way.
I have a question. Can staff bring that back by October 28th?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay,
In September? or October?
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
September.
Oh,
Thank
he's
you.
already
You meant
doing it.
I'm
September.
already moving to the
Maybe
next
tomorrow.
month.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
September
I meant
28th.
September.
We can
Okay.
get together.
All right, so
Okay.
there's a motion by Councilmember Noblock and a second by,
Duncan and James.
Duncan and James.
did I do that? Did I say Noblock?
You
I'm
did.
sorry. I'm sorry, Duncan. Sorry about that. And second by Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
No.
Councilmember Noblock,
I'm going to vote aye to not adopt the ordinance tonight. I don't know if I'll be supporting the modifications, but I'll support the motion to do not approve the ordinance. Aye.
Okay, I don't believe that's the motion. The motion is to bring this back. That's what I got.
He's saying bring it back. He's saying he may not vote for it eventually.
No, I get that, but he's,
Yeah, I
I
voted-
want
I
to
voted for the
clarify it was
motion.
not to, it was to bring it back.
It's
With
to
the-
not, it's just not do the second reading
Right.
of the ordinance and to bring
Bring it
back an ordinance that complies with the direction that
Right.
we gave the city.
Well, we're not going to be reading it if we're going to be bringing it back. So, okay,
okay.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 4-1.
Thank
You know,
you.
Mayor Ward, please indulge me here, but I see Miss Denault back there.
I know, I saw her.
I know why she's here.
What item is it?
I believe it's I believe it is 9C. If we could move that up, because I don't think that will be as contentious.
I'll second that motion and then we've got to get to the order of the meeting.
Right.
So
Can we take a break after that, 9?
yes, I think that's a good idea. But thank you. I did see Ms. Denault in the room. So there's a motion to move that up.
Okay, Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Okay. Again, please, what number is that?
9C.
9? Thank you.
9C.
All right, thank you. Do we have a staff report on this?
Yes.
Oh, I was looking at Jennifer and I did not see you come in.
I
Thank you.
snuck up.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. The item in front of you is a return of a amendment that you approved not too long ago for Casa Romantica. So the Casa extended their lease terms, and as a part of that extension, there was an agreement on a funding mechanism for a parking lot improvement project. And that was initially modified in November of 2020 once the construction bid came in. That project is now complete, and I would say looks very good. However, there was some change orders that were in effect, and so the Casa Romantica staff and board have requested that we consider assisting them with those additional expenses. So staff proposed, it's broken down in the report, to maintain that funding breakdown, which would incorporate a 10% Casa cash contribution, 45% city loan, and a 45% city cash contribution. That concludes staff's report on this item, but as you've noted, the Casa Romantica Executive Director, Amy Behrens, and a couple of board members, including Ms. Ruth Denault, are present. And I do believe that Ms. Behrens would like to address the council.
Good evening, Mayor Ward and Mayor Pro Tem James and the members of the City Council and City Management. Am I close enough?
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank all of you for all of the support you've given us. We're celebrating our 20th year as a nonprofit, as a 501c3 this year, and the support that you've already provided to us with the renovation of our parking lot has made it an even safer and more welcoming place for the citizens of San Clemente and for thousands of visitors every year to learn about the history of our beautiful city and to help us provide arts and cultural programs to people of all ages and backgrounds. And I thank you so very much for your support, and I hope that you'll be willing to help us finish off this parking lot. We have our fundraiser happening right now that helps us provide all of the programs that we have for the coming year, but it really supports that. And we aim to be, and I think have demonstrated that we're responsible and respectful tenants of this incredible property that we have the honor to operate out of. Thank you so much for your consideration. I'd like to welcome our board president, Ruth Denault, as well.
Good evening, City Council members. It is really a pleasure for me to be here this evening, along with my fellow board member and secretary, Bonnie Koch. When I moved here in 1953, Bonnie was already here. So we have seen a lot of change and progress in this community, and we are so very thrilled to be on a board that opens this beautiful, beautiful property to everyone in the community and beyond. We are able to say to everybody in the community, we have beachfront property for you. You can be a member on the first Sunday of every month. It is free. We have a D. Yoder family meeting or family Sunday where families are invited and there is absolutely no cost to come in. So this beautiful building was designed by the same architect that designed the Western White House. And we're so very pleased to have as our friend Gavin Herbert, who has been very instrumental in many of our activities through the years. So if you haven't been to Casa Romantica, I will personally give you a tour because we're very, very proud of it. The gardens are fabulous. The house is refurbished and beautiful. When we took it over, well, the Welsh family had it for a long time, 19 years, as a retirement home, but they were not able to afford to keep it up in its Spanish colonial style. So they sold it to the city with the understanding that it would never be destroyed, because developers would have been happy to do that, make a multi-story building of it. So because of the Welsh family and their kind generosity, it took a long time, but it's happening and we are there and it belongs to the community. The improvements are vital and necessary. We're going to have a new walk-in for pedestrians that is perfectly safe. The parking lot is beautiful and it's designed to take care of all of the needs of even though it's a small parking lot, it was not an easy one to redevelop. So we ask for your support in the funding of this, and we thank you for making this available to our community. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Okay, close the public comments on that. Council, entertain a motion.
I am prepared to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Number one, increase the cash and loan contribution to Casa Romantica Cultural Center to cover the funding gap for the project construction costs. Number two, approve and authorize the mayor to execute amendment number 4 to contract C01-36, the lease and operating agreement by and between the city of San Clemente and Casa Romantica Cultural Center to modify the funding plan for the parking lot improvements to cover the additional project costs of $64,877.47. Number three, appropriate $58,389.72 to cover the city's cash and loan contribution for the funding plan from the general fund unassigned fund balance, account number 001-000-23430 into account 057-543-450-00-19809, improvements other than buildings.
Second the motion.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilmember Noblock.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
And let me just say, Mayor, if I could, that the commercials for the Casa Romantica have been outstanding, that have been on to increase public awareness and involvement. Really a quality product.
Let me just say, I can't wait to get the taste of the Casa coming up.
Yeah.
Definitely, I'm gonna be there.
Taking a break.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. And then we'll take up the consent calendar. I know. Call the meeting back to order.
We're on the consent calendar now. All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion unless council staff or the public request removal of an item for separate discussion and action. The public has requested the removal of item C, but I think the person. who
Did you
pulled
say
it-
C as in cat?
C as in cat, is Mel still here?
No, I don't see her.
Okay, well, she was the one that pulled it.
You have to be present to pull it. Is that not correct? Procedurally?
Well, so they could talk about it. Not here.
Council members, any item to pull?
8A, it'll be a quick one just to make a correction.
8A. I believe.
Well, no, well, 6A,
I'm
6A, the city council minutes.
Okay, so that's 6A.
Sorry.
I'm not seeing, Mayor Pro Tem, you have no items. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Duncan. I'll second that motion.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries by vote.
Okay, so 6A.
And I'm looking at page, I'm sorry, 6A 1-13. So page 13, I guess.
Okay.
It has to do with what we were just talking about. Our prior vote on the special event permit ordinance. And my only addition, and I did talk about this with the city attorney, is in the first section where it talks about my motion,
Right?
it never says that it failed for lack of a second. I just wanted to make sure that that was
Oh.
correct in the record, because otherwise it sort of doesn't make sense with the way that the motion came out. And I wanted to make that point because that was the only motion on the table other than the one that was approved.
Right.
Part of the reason I voted for the one that was approved is, as we heard from the city attorney, we have a constitutionally infirm ordinance. And I wanted to make sure we had some ordinance that would pass constitutional
Yeah,
muster.
It's a valid point.
Yeah.
I'll
Right.
second that
Okay.
motion to change that. If you need a motion.
I don't think we need a motion. I think we just need agreement is, Madam
I
Clerk.
prefer motion.
Okay, so a motion by, and seconded by Councilmember
I'll
Duncan.
I'll move that we add in that first section that that my motion, that we add in the language that says my motion failed for lack of a second.
I'll second that motion.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries by vote.
And will you move that item?
Yes, I will move item 6A. Yeah, 6A.
One, is it 6A?
I think it's just
Wasn't that already
6A
approved as amended?
that we approve it as, I move that we approve 6A as amended.
Second.
We pulled 6A. Wasn't it just one council meeting?
Yeah.
Okay, so now he's moving it because we pulled it from the calendar.
Right.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries by vote.
Okay, where are we now?
We are now at public hearings. This evening's public hearing relates to local fire regulations and amendments to the 2019 California Fire Code.
Okay, do we have our building and safety person here? Who's the staff for this item?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Adam Tamian, Deputy Community Development Director. The item before you is a code amendment to the city's adoption of the 2019 Fire Code. The amendments relate to essentially two things. The first is to clarify our local amendments to the Fire Code as related to recreational fires and open burning on city-owned property, open space, those types of high fire danger zones. And the second item that this changes is that it delegates some authority to enforce the fire code to the city's code compliance officers, the park rangers, marine safety, and the deputies of the Orange County Sheriff's Department. Because this is amending a state code, this is a somewhat unique process. And so what we're asking the council tonight is to introduce the ordinance, make the findings that the ordinance is not subject to CEQA, but also to set a public hearing, another public hearing for the adoption of the ordinance on October 5th of 2021. I will wrap up my presentation, but I'm more than happy to answer any additional questions the council may have.
All right, any council questions for Mr. Atemian? I'll entertain a motion. I think we have to
Excuse
read.
me. Yes, we don't have any speaker cards.
Oh, that's
but
right.
you
I have to
still need
open the public
open
hearing.
And close the public hearing.
We don't have any comments. I'm going to close the public hearing. Thank you very
And so I
much.
have a motion to introduce ordinance number 1718 entitled an ordinance to the City Council of City of San Clemente, California, amending San Clemente Municipal Code sections 8.16.050 and 12.32.050 concerning local fire regulations and amendments to the 2019 California Fire Code adopted on December the 3rd, 2019, and finding the ordinance not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act. 2, find that the ordinance is not subject to the requirements of CEQA for the following reasons. A, the ordinance does not qualify as a project because it has no potential to result in either a direct or reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment, state CEQA guidelines 15378 subdivision A. B, the ordinance falls within the common sense exemption set forth in state CEQA guidelines section 15061 subdivision B3, which exempts activity from CEQA where it can be seen with certainty that there is no possibility the activity in question may have significant effect on the environment. 3, set public hearings for the adoption on October 5th, 2021, and direct staff to provide notice of such hearing as required by law.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Noblock.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Moving to unfinished business, the first item is a report from the Community Development Director concerning a possible amendment to a code of the City of San Clemente relating to leaf blowers.
Mr. Wright. Nice to see you.
Yes, good evening, Mayor. Hi, good evening, Mayor, council members. Yeah, this is a continued item from our last meeting where the council had given staff direction on changes to a leaf blower ordinance. Those changes are reflected in the exhibit that's attached to your staff report. Also, there was direction in the event that an ordinance is adopted by the council to do outreach with various contacts and then to return to the council at some time with information on a rebate program if there's interest, which we were discussing doing that as part of the long-term financial plan. So there's 3 action items with this report. The first is to find that the ordinance is not subject to CEQA. The second is that the introduction of an ordinance. And then third is to direct staff on the rebate program. And I can give specifics if you have questions.
Mr. Wright, can you tell us which page it is that talks about the rebate? I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
Well, there's information in the staff report where we try to provide an overview of the sort of issues to consider and what we know to exist already. So that's page 3. There is a commercial operator rebate program offered by the Air Quality Management District, where they provide a $250 rebate, a 75% discount up to $250, but there is not a residential rebate program. So the city would need to consider establishing its own program if there was interest in doing so.
Okay, but in the ordinance as it states now, the council is not approving a rebate program. Just the staff will bring that back at a later time during our long-term financial plan.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that. Council, is there any questions?
Oh, I do. Well, I just have a comment. At the prior meeting, I just had pointed out that the title, it didn't include an alternative to the electric powered. There's also the battery powered. So we did, I think there was consensus there to ensure it said electric powered and battery operated, because battery operated is different than electric powered with cord, the plug-in. And then wherever it is in the body, we just need to make sure that's uniform there so people can have a choice of either or.
Can I address that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so the definition of electric leaf blower does include a wire connection. So we accounted for both.
And that the title has to say battery powered, because there are battery powered without electric. They're not a plug-in is what I'm saying. So you don't want people to think they only have to go get an electric power with a plug, right? You could actually have them that are cordless with just batteries.
So Councilmember Ferguson, what title do you mean? Because the title that I see is just leaf blower ordinance, I
Yeah,
believe.
it's attachment 1 on page 8A5.
Thank you.
8A5, sure.
I
It's-
see the
it's-
title.
Yeah, we need to just be, just very straightforward. So there's no confusion for people and they can get either or as an alternative.
I think what Mr. Wright was referencing in exhibit 8, which is page 8A-9, it does define electric leaf blower means a leaf blower powered by electricity supplied by batteries or a direct wiring connection to the electric current. But I do take your point, Councilmember Ferguson. So I'm wondering on the
Can we just put
ordinance-
electric powered / battery operated leaf blowers?
Or just
in the
battery
caption.
powered
Battery,
blowers, that'd be
right,
fine.
Just a
So
slash?
the title, it's important that the title of the ordinance, because that's what's going to show up in the section of municipal code. And people may not read even further than that.
So, Madam Clerk, this is the time for council to make any comments. It doesn't affect the first reading of this ordinance. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. So
Mayor, if I could, this is Damian, Deputy Community Development Director. The title of the ordinance and the ordinance itself regulates all leaf blowers, which is why it's identified as just a leaf blower ordinance, because it's doing two things. It's allowing for electric or battery powered leaf blowers, but it's also prohibiting gas powered leaf blowers. So we wanted to simplify it so that it didn't read as only applying to one or the other.
I see.
However, if the council decides differently, we're more than fine with that.
Yeah, it does, Adam. This is pretty much squared away at the last meeting, so I'm surprised the title only says electric powered leaf blowers.
I think the
Consensus to
the
say
mayor's,
electric powered and battery powered leaf blower.
I think the mayor's suggestion that we just changed by add the word battery powered to the title of the ordinance
That's all we need
would
to do,
suffice.
right?
After electric powered / would staff knows, would that be clear to the public that it's not one or the other? So I do understand what you were trying to prevent. Just want to make sure in the matter that we're saying to change the title doesn't make it so that people think that.
Yeah. The slash is good.
I'll
Yep.
check with staff.
That's, yeah, my suggestion would be to change the end of the title to be and add standards for the use of electric or battery powered leaf blowers.
Perfect. I think.
Or battery powered. Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay, so Councilmember Ferguson, would you like to make the motion for this ordinance?
Sure, I'd like to. Thank you, Mayor
You're
Ward.
welcome.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to adopt staff recommendation to number 1, find the proposed ordinance is not subject to CEQA according to state CEQA guidelines, section 15378 and section 15061B3. And number 2, consider introducing ordinance number 1716 entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, making CEQA findings and amending Title 8 of the City of San Clemente Municipal Code to establish a leaf blower ordinance that bans use of gasoline powered leaf blowers and add standards for the use of electric powered or battery powered leaf blowers. Number 3, direct staff to provide information on options to establish a residential leaf blower rebate program, including whether there are grant funding sources available.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
That carries 5-0.
Thank you, Chris and Adam. That item. A lot of work, Chris, couple years. Good job.
The next item is the warrant register and payroll register.
I have a motion to approve the warrant and payroll register.
I'll second that motion. So second by Mayor Ward.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
No.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Councilmember James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 4-1.
Nine.
Next item is a report from the Community Development Director concerning initiation of amendments to update the West Pico Corridor specific plan and the expansion of the architectural overlay.
Sorry, Chris, I did not look ahead.
Yes. It's okay. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. I have a PowerPoint. If IT could pull that up, appreciate it. Okay, thank you. So this item is, there's two parts to this. First is a request to initiate amendments to update the West Pico Corridor specific plan, and then to provide direction to staff on an expansion of the architectural overlay district that a prior council had directed. Next slide, please. So these updates are part of an ongoing work program to make sure all our planning documents are consistent as required by state law. At the last meeting, we also took some other specific plan amendments with a similar purpose. It's to make sure that we go through those documents and update development standards, permitted uses, maps, and other content so that it reflects the policy that the council had adopted in the general plan and the coastal land use plan when it comes to the West Pico Corridor specific plan. There was prior council direction through this work program. First, there were comments from a member of the public regarding the zoning of 2 parcels in Los Molinos, and I'll explain both of these in a minute. And then also to expand an architectural overlay district that a prior council had initiated. Next slide, please. Staff is hoping to get some direction. Besides initiating the civic plan update, we would like some direction to pursue the project thoughtfully and make sure that we're doing it in a way that reflects what the council's wishes are. This first item that we request direction on is the zoning of 2 parcels in Los Molinos where there is split zoning. So you could see there's a darker purple that's heavy industrial and then a lighter purple area. And split zoning is not a best practice because it makes it harder to discern how to apply the regulations and policies of the city. The owner of that property, it was, I think in 2016, had approached the council and it said that there was interest in changing their zoning to heavy industrial entirely. So that's on the right side. And at the end of the presentation, the staff's hoping to discuss each of these items. Next slide, please. This item is a recommendation of staff to expand the specific plan to include the entirety of the Los Molinos focus area in the general plan. There's a number of policies that were added to the general plan, and by including those properties, this specific plan could be more of an effective implementation tool for those policies. And then those are the blue hashed parcels on this slide. There's also some red hashed parcels. Those are some industrial zone parcels that are outside the specific plan, but we do not have zoning standards for those. So by adding those to the specific plan, staff's recommending that we treat them like other light industrial properties in that specific plan. And that in effect would avoid the need for creating a new chapter in the zoning ordinance and provide some consistency in how those properties are regulated. Next slide, please. And then the expansion of the architectural overlay district, a prior council I noted had initiated this as an item for the work program. And the direction was to add parcels along primary circulation routes between the downtown and the Pier Bowl. So if a visitor's or the public is driving through the downtown down to the Pier Bowl and back, then there is a consistent architectural character in the city along those primary circulation routes. So this map shows parcels in orange where staff has identified a proposal to meet that direction, and staff would like direction on that as well. Next slide, please. So the timeline for this project, it's tentatively to finish it up in April, May, and there would be a need to do an environmental document of some kind, most likely. Staff would be evaluating that early on in the process. Also doing outreach with community associations, particularly Los Molinos area, and reaching out to other stakeholders. There's 2 recommended actions this evening to initiate the amendments for the specific plan update, and then to provide direction on the items that I had mentioned earlier. That concludes my presentation.
Mr. Wright, can I ask you a question on when you said that there would be outreach, maybe an EIR and then outreach? Is that on A, B, and C, or just the expansion of the specific plan? Would item B be part of that outreach, or is the council effectively changing that parcel at this meeting?
So the items A and B would be part of the update of the West Pico corridor specific plan. There would be more active outreach for that part of the project because there's going to be more work involved, more looking at what the discussion was with the General Plan Advisory Committee, the council at the time of the general plan, and looking at how the standards implement policy. So there's a need to do design guidelines, probably workshops with the public in that area. With the architectural overlay, it's staff's intent to send a notice to the property owners, those orange shaded parcels in the architectural overlay, and make sure that they are informed of the plans and invite them to comment. If there's demand, then we would have a public meeting with those people.
Okay, so I want to talk to you just really quick about item B, which is those 2 parcels on Avenida de la Estrella. And one is heavy industrial in the back and the other is light industrial. And I understand from what you said that the owner approached you with that. I don't think it's something that a council talked about. I just wanted to make sure that I've got that right. The owner approached, but it's not that council initiated this change in the past.
Correct. The council did not initiate the change. They provided direction to staff to consider changes. And so this evening, we want to ensure that we follow the council's wishes today. So that's why we're asking for direction.
Okay.
I had a similar question on those same 2 parcels. If
Yeah,
I
let
could
me-
just clarify that, go a little bit farther on that question.
Okay.
The owner that asked for heavy commercial as opposed to light, are they if this zone change goes forward, are they still, would it be problematic for them to continue the light industrial use? Or light, what do you call it, manufacturing use? Light industrial, excuse me.
No, sir. The change in the civic plan for heavy and light is twofold. The heavy industrial allows a little bit more development area, so the density is a little higher. And then heavy industrial does provide for, I think it's 2 other conditionally permitted uses. One is What?
Yeah, Christopher, I know what that means, but my question was specifically regarding the use of the property. Would the zone change prohibit the current light use? I didn't think it
No.
would. Just want to clarify that.
No,
Okay,
it will not.
that's what I wanted to know. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So I'll finish my question, or my comment to the council. My issue that I have concerned with changing that to all heavy industrial is those are homes across the street on De La Estrella. They face that page 11, 9B 11. If you look at De La Estrella, the lots across the street from the purple area, those are homes. And for the most part, especially behind them on Calle Redondel, I think those are homes. I'm probably misspeaking. Those aren't homes right there. Some are to the upper part. Those Calle Redondel, there's a difference in slope. They look down on the Estrella, and on Estrella across from this, there is a like concrete and rock type place where sand is going through and they're scraping it with a dozer and all that. And there's homes right above it. So my worry and what I'm wondering is if the reason that is split is because of the homes, the impact of the homes on the other side. Right now, those on the purple part, those are existing car auto uses. And there's also a split in if you look in the blue and the purple, there's a split in there's a slope there also, to where the purple part sits up on Estrella and the rest of it is down and the access is from, what street is that? Oh, Los Molinos, excuse me. I don't know that anyone could get through. Maybe they could to get through the back of that, but right now there's shops and everything in there. So my concerns with just changing it to heavy industrial is what are we saying that could be? That's what I'm concerned with. I'm thinking that right now it works out well that it is not heavy industrial.
I'm thinking, I'm confused on this, on what's the use currently is. I thought that use there was the cabinet woodworking business as opposed to the car shops. So
I looked
may
at
be
it.
a
I think
block
he's
off, but-
above that. Chris, if you could, a parcel that's adjacent to the blue that's all in white, I think that's where the cabinet makers and the other shops
Could you give
are.
us maybe a satellite overview? Is that possible to get a quick Google satellite on the screen just to see where those homes are?
If anyone could do it, Chris could, but within this forum of Zoom and all that,
It's
I don't
actually,
know.
Brian Brower has the capability of sharing the screen. So if Brian can pull up Google Earth in that zone
Okay.
and share it, please.
That would be interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, because I was thinking this is the cabinet operation and
I went specifically to this and walked it when it was on our last council meeting and we didn't get to it. And I think they're up the street.
So this relates a little bit to my answer, Councilmember Non-Block, about the differences between the zones. Part of my reason is explaining that is it could provide some tools for the council to provide narrow direction to staff if there's desire to make a change. So rather than just changing the zoning without any limitations, for example, if the heavy industrial zone allows two uses, which that's my understanding, that are more intensive, that's concrete batch plants and towing yards. So if there's a concern about one of those uses, the council could, for example, direct staff to exclude those properties from those allowances. And what that would mean is they would be able to have the same uses as light industrial. It would just afford them a little bit more density, a little more building area if desired.
Okay, Chris, I appreciate that. I wasn't coming up with the name of it. Concrete batch place is what I'm concerned with because there is one on that street. So let's look, there's a towing and a smog check place on that corner.
Yeah,
Steve.
I know, I'm familiar with the towing place. I'm very, and there's a wall, right? That you can see the wall. It's kind of a U-shaped wall. And that's the lot we want to make
Heavy industrial. And my concern is that it would turn, and I'm glad Chris said that, because that is my concern, that it would turn into a concrete batch place. It would just be a very large one instead of the small one that is already across the street. If you look across the street, you see kind of where that looks like there's sand. Brian, you got it right there. There's sand and then there's homes right behind it. That is a concrete batch plant right there. And the neighbors are
Yeah,
very upset.
that's
with it.
that's been a problem for years.
It
with
has
the
been,
noise and the dust.
But do we want to do where that whole corner might be that? That's my concern, is I don't know that I want to say that a concrete batch plant can go in that whole area, because it could all become that if we don't limit in what it could become. I do understand what Mr. Wright said, is that it could allow for more density, which they might want, because there is a difference in the elevation and where all those cars are parked. It sits lower, I believe. There's a driveway
It
in
is
there.
lower. I know for a fact.
Yeah,
it's
so
lower.
maybe they could build a bigger building behind it and then connect it to the front. That could be that, but
I mean,
I don't want to see like a,
where the
ready
concrete
mix
ba-
plant,
Where the
something
concrete
like
batch
that.
is light industrial though, according to it's already light industrial. So theoretically, you could have it across the street right now. They're both light.
no,
industrial.
he's saying that is it's a heavy industrial use that allows for a concrete batch plant. That's what Chris said. Chris, can you clarify that?
I'm looking on the map and it's colored the light industrial color, or the light industrial color, yeah.
Yeah, and
It
they
is,
want
but
to
they
change
wanna
it.
change
They
that
want
to
to change it
heavy.
to heavy all around.
No, but I'm saying that where you say the concrete batch, that's light industrial. That's not heavy.
Where are you seeing that? On what we have?
On exhibit 29B-10, both sides of the street on De La Estrella there are in the light purple.
Yeah, you're right.
So
So I'm not sure how that got in there, what's in there. So maybe Chris could talk about that, but I'm picturing a very large ready mix plant where concrete's going in and out and trucks going in and out. And that's what I would like to prevent, because this small batch one is an issue. It could be a non-conforming use right now. It's been there for years. I don't know.
Is there common ownership right now between the two lots? It looks like that's a property line on the map 9B11, where it's all purple. But then the light purple doesn't correspond to the property boundary line. So that's a little confusing. Do we know if there are two separate owners there? Because I understand your concern. If it's the same ownership and they just want to change the zoning to expand the current gravel operation, that's something that we probably need to look at very carefully.
And, with pollution and all that, it's not just noise. Right now, we get so much noise, but it's also the dust and everything from it. And we do have one down the street, I believe, down Rincon more. There is a concrete plant. But it doesn't have homes around it. This is homes on Calle Redondel, and that's what I'm concerned with. So I don't have an issue saying maybe in the future, that's what the general plan is. That could be more dense, but I do have where there might be a concrete plant that's going to come in. I think we need to limit that. And I would be uncomfortable making this heavy industrial without that.
I need to stop and ask the city attorney a question.
Okay.
So I know the owner of that lot, the campaign contributor of mine. Do I need to recuse myself?
Campaign contributions do not require that. Income from a property owner to you would, but not contributions.
Okay. And friendship?
Friendship is not disqualified.
We'd have to recuse on
I know,
everything.
I know, but
city.
I just want to make it clear.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So I appreciate what Mr. Wright said. I would move it as far as item B goes. I don't have an issue with maybe making it denser and it could be something else, even though that is a tow yard and I think he makes a lot of money on it, but maybe he could sell it. I just don't want to see it be what that is across the street. And I don't know how that item's there in light industrial. I don't know. It's a very small lot though. I don't believe concrete trucks are going in there. I just think trucks go in. People pick up.
Chris has a comment, I
Tile.
think.
Chris?
Chris, right.
Yes,
Thank you.
Councilmember Knobloch had a question earlier about the existing uses and the heavy industrial zone. There's three main differences. I mentioned additional density. There's also two uses you can get with the conditional use permit, the concrete batch plant and then towing yards. Well, there's an existing towing yard on one of the parcels. So if there's desire to narrowly craft some direction to staff, staff's recommendation would be to exclude the parcels from concrete batch plants so that the existing use remains conforming, or would become conforming actually under the new zoning.
I'm okay with that
Yeah.
modification. If anyone's ever talked to those residents on Calle Redondel, we get a lot of complaints on that.
Yeah,
And
the owner
just
there's done-
because-
the owner there's done a lot of work to remediate the noise, the dust and everything.
And
A lot
I
of money
agree.
spent there to
They've
mitigate it.
been found, that they are in conformance, but when I pictured that if I'm gonna allow this whole corner to be heavy industrial and it could become an entirely large plant, I think that is just not gonna be a good use with the neighborhood in that area. It's too small. Too close, I think. So I have no, all the other things, I remember this going through and being talked about, and this is what Chris is doing, is trying to make the general plan come into compliance and get clarified. So I'm good with changing B to excluding those parcels from being a concrete batch plant, but it allows all other uses that it could be. And the tow yard would be compliant.
Give me that again.
Part B, allowing it all to change to heavy industrial, but excluding from the use a concrete batch plant. Could we do that, city attorney?
Yeah, you'd have a very specific, let's have Curtis help, but there's no specific zone that does that, but I think you could do that in this case, create a subzone or an overlay. Yes.
Those are the exact words that Mr. Wright.
Just want to make
said.
sure legally
No, it's
we
good.
can't
Yeah,
challenge on
especially
that.
based on the specificity of this
Excluding a
land use
use
conflict. Yeah,
in a zoning that's appropriate for
Uh-huh.
that use, but we're saying no to that use. So
Right.
that's legal. Okay,
you can do that
all right.
based on the
Thank you.
findings you've made. Yes.
So no other comments?
Yeah, my only comment on that was I'm a little reluctant to limit a property owner's specific use when we're considering just overlay zoning. If the owners asked for heavy industrial, what you're suggesting is give them the heavy industrial with a restriction of not having it to be a,
Any other use that's in heavy industrial? I just see a problem with that particular use. I think it would never work in that
okay,
area.
then I guess my question to the city attorney, does that impose a greater burden on the property owner if he wants to come in and ask for that request? Would he have to I guess he'd have to modify the overlay.
Yes, it would
So
be a
there's-
legislative enactment to do that. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what his plans are, but I have no problem at this location with allowing heavy industrial, but I don't have a problem with the restriction either. I just want to make sure it's not posing a super burden on him if he decides to.
I mean, he hasn't indicated he wanted to put a concrete plant.
No, but when you change the zoning on that and you say you're okay with it,
I
you're
get,
yeah.
I get that.
So-
There's no indication of that.
absolutely not.
Well,
And
if he-
I wouldn't do that. I would actually say it, that I knew that, and I would never say this. I would wait for
If his land right now is in heavy,
half of it,
is in light, half of it's in light, looks like most of it's in light.
because it matches the rest of the street. That's light.
Mhm.
That's kind of why I think it, with the difference in the topography, that's why
I don't have
it's
strong
zoned light.
opinions either way. I just, if you think it's gonna, I mean, this is gonna come back for
It's
this is the
initiation.
final review, final approval.
Yeah, this is initiation only. So you're just putting the train on the track and it'll
Yeah.
come back to you with more information and then put.
It's staff direction.
Yeah, I would just, at this point, go with the staff direction and it will come back to us, right?
Yeah, that's right.
But
This is
staff
just
will
the
start
kickoff.
doing all the work on it.
With the
And if we're
heavy-
not going to approve heavy industrial, that's what they need to know. I'm saying I could approve it if that condition was in there restricting that use.
Mayor, council, sorry to interrupt, but one of the primary goal here is to make the parcels one solid use. And what we can do is just carve out these two parcels to not allow a concrete batch plant. And that would alleviate the any non-compliance with the existing batch plant, which is actually in heavy industrial down at the end of Rincon.
It is.
So that we wouldn't create any non-conformities of existing uses, and then we'd limit the future use of these two properties to not allow concrete batch plants, but provide consistency through the entire parcel for ease of zoning purposes.
Madam Mayor, I would second the motion.
Okay. All right. So I'll make a motion that we adopt staff recommendation number 1, initiate an amendment to the city's Centennial General Plan, West Pico Corridor Specific Plan and Zoning Map to A, update the specific plan for consistency with the general plan and land use plan, and B, change the land use designation of 2 parcels at 1510 Avenida de la Estrella from a split of heavy industrial HI and a light industrial LI to be entirely heavy industrial, as shown on attachment 3 of the administrative report dated September 7th, 2021, that is on file with the city clerk, with the addition to exclude from use a concrete batch plant for those 2 parcels. And I'll give you a second.
Sorry.
C, expand the specific plan to include the general plan, Los Molinos focus area, and 4 parcels at 1511 Avenida de la Estrella, 108 and 1607 Calle Lago, and 1623 North El Camino Real, as shown on attachment 4 of the administrative report dated September 7th, 2021, and applying the specific plan's light industrial development standards and permitted uses to the 4 properties. Number 2, direct staff on the approach for the parcels to include in an expansion of the architectural overlay as shown in attachment 5 of the administrative report dated September 7th, 2021, which is on file with the city clerk. And there's a second by the mayor pro tem.
Second.
Thank
Hmm, Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
you. Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Thank you, council.
Thank you, Mr. Wright, very much.
Next item is item D. That's a report from the Public Works Director concerning the possibility of entering into a contract with city tree and palm planting on Calle del Cerro and Avenida Vista Hermosa.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This item is related to item J on your agenda. Item D is awarding the bid for planting trees along these streets, and item J is for the removal. These projects were included in the CIP project list included in the approved budget for this fiscal year. Staff is available for any questions.
Before there's any vote on this, I realize that I'm within 300 feet of not only this project, which is item D, but a sister related project J. So I'll be abstaining from both this item D and J. So I won't participate or vote.
Okay. So noting that recusal, which is, it's voluntary, isn't it, in this instance, because it involves the whole entire area and more parcels, or is it just?
Well, it depends on whether this is maintenance, and I think it's a little more than that. So I think it's a good idea that Councilmember Noblock.
Okay,
recuses
no,
himself.
Does he have to
I
leave
agree.
the
I just
dais,
wanted to,
Or can you stay?
I do, yes, should leave the dais.
Okay.
Yes, Steve.
I was trying to make it easier for you, Steve.
Me too.
So
Okay.
is he abstaining or recusing?
This is recusing.
Okay.
Recuse.
You
Yeah, no, you
abstained, but
can't.
you
Yeah.
recused.
No debate.
In
no
my
eye
mind,
contact.
I noted it as a recusal.
Yeah,
so-
that's what you should do. Thank you.
Okay, so my only question on this for staff is when it said that this is in our CIP budget and budgeted for this year, is that because we hadn't noticed that these trees were going bad? And we've been working on it for months and we put it in the budget for this year?
That's correct. And one of the reasons that it's in the CIP project list is it's included with a slurry project. And part of the reason that these streets need some street work is that the trees are actually damaging the curbs and the asphalt itself. Before we re-slurry the streets, we do want to make sure that these trees that are damaging the asphalt are removed.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. And I know staff does that all the time.
I have a question. Why didn't, our primary vendor here for trees is West Coast Arbors. Why did they bid on it?
I don't have the list of bidders in front of me, but we could look that information up. When we have a project this large, we do go out to bid. And so it was posted on our bid system for anyone to apply.
It's not going to impact my vote one way or the other, but I am wondering why, West Coast Arborist, who's the new contractor with us, did not bid on this business.
Well, they weren't certainly in the
No,
top ones.
no, they weren't.
No.
So Jennifer, you don't have to get with me tonight on that, but if you get back with me, and probably all the council members need to know that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other council questions?
That was my question too, just why didn't West Coast Arborists do this as part of their contract too? Why couldn't they just?
It's
do
not
this work?
maintenance. I don't think it's considered maintenance when we're replacing trees this
Correct.
many.
Our tree maintenance contract,
Capital.
this is a capital project,
Yeah.
not a maintenance project, and it would suck a lot of money away from the contract authority that we have for our annual maintenance program.
Right, because don't we pay, what is the contract with West Coast Arborists each year, like 350,000?
I don't know off the top of my head.
No, I can't remember either at the moment.
That
Somehow
sounds
I
close.
figured it was about this amount for just this project.
Okay, thank you. I'll entertain a motion. If anyone would like to make a motion.
Let me
I'll go
find
ahead.
it.
I'll move that we approve the staff recommendation and approve and authorize the Public Works Director or interim Public Works Director to execute contract C21-36 by and between the City of San Clemente and Mariposa Landscapes, Inc., providing for the tree and palm planting at Calle del Cerro and Avenida Vista, Montana, in an amount not to exceed $364,815.95.
Second?
Second,
Okay, thank you. By the Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Motion carries 401 with Councilmember No Block recused.
Okay, and can I suggest that we take item J now?
I
since
was going to
Yeah,
say the
yeah,
same thing.
I
Yep.
mean, it's too hard for Councilmember No Block. Okay, so staff item J. Do we need a vote on that? Joanne?
On J,
Yeah, to take it? Okay, so I moved it. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by the Mayor Pro Tem. We're just gonna vote on moving.
Oh,
it.
okay. And can I just clarify for the record, what was the reason that we split the contracts between the tree removal and the tree planting?
It provided the best cost. There were some cost savings by splitting that up. In addition, the landscaping, the actual planting requires an additional license above just the tree removal.
Great. Great answer. So we have a motion and a second to move item J.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 401 with Councilmember No Block recused.
So I have a motion to approve and authorize Public Works Director execute contract C21-37 by and between the City of San Clemente and United Pacific Services, providing for city tree and stump removal on Calle del Cerro and Avenida Vista, Montana, in the amount not to exceed $179,000.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember No Block, or excuse me, Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 401 with Councilmember Noblock recused.
Okay, so now we're going to go back to,
E.
what item is it?
E.
Night surfing,
Surfing at night.
shark bait.
This is item E, report from the Beaches, Parks and Recreation Director concerning the possibility of authorizing night committee here. And we do have one speaker, Carmen.
Okay.
I'll let you.
I'm really confused about this. I thought items had to go to Beaches, Park and Recreation first. Also to the Cultural Heritage Permit, Fishing Game, Coastal Commission, but it came to you first. And I'm reading the agenda report, and the whole thing is negative. Night surfing. And then at the bottom, it says authorize $15,000 for the lights, only from the restaurant to the bathroom. If you're a surfer, you're always looking behind, see when the next set's coming. That is not enough distance for a surfer. He's out in the dark with lights. So I think that price is a little cheap. Also, it talks about going to coastal. Dark skies. This whole report is negative. And I just can't understand why you are wasting taxpayers' time for an item that the agenda is negative. And I strongly suggest that you vote this in. Do you have any more time?
Yeah, if you want to keep talking.
The main thing is the impact on the ocean. According to all the authorities on fish, lights attract small fish. The smaller the fish, the big fish are there. Last year, we had closures at TStreet due to sightings of sharks. How many days were the junior lifeguards out of the water because of sharks at the pier? So now you want to bring in sharks because you're creating their bait, their food, and also barracuda, and they bite too. And so I don't understand how you can even fix this. You can read it. Dark skies, we're supposed to be keeping our lights dim. Coastal Commission, have you even thought it? It's mentioned here, it has to go to coastal. What about the Lands Commission? It is a fishing pier. And if we get lights out there, the fishermen are gonna be where the bigger fish are coming in because of the lights. And then there's going to be conflict between the fishermen and the surfers. And if you've been here a few years ago, we had a terrible conflict between the fishermen and the surfers. So I request that you vote this down.
Thank you. Samantha, I see you on that you're here. So I'm assuming we all read the report. One of the things that, it does say that it could need Coastal Commission approval. And we're not saying that it's not going to. We're not, by doing this tonight, we're just initiating that we'd like to look at it. We're not saying that, we're not directing staff, I don't believe, to go out and spend money on the lights, but to go through the process of looking into this more. What I understand, I asked the person that was the maker of this motion that asked for it to come up. It is only for the part of the year when our time changes, and I believe it gets dark at 4:30. I think that's January. I think, or is it November?
No, it's November 1st to March.
To March?
Let's see here.
Okay, so we'll be looking at November, December, January, February, March, so 5 months maximum
It's November 1st to March 15th. is the
Okay.
request. Sundown till 8
So
PM.
it's
at
6
night.
Okay.
months.
So it's a time change. It's not something that is year round. We do have a pier that has lights on it, so it's not like this, there are no lights out there whatsoever. And around the fishermen, it is lit. I'm cognizant of what the issues might be, and some of them are whether we'd have to have where it's clear that there's no lifeguards, on there, because other countries do this. And, at night, we already have people surfing at night. I see them when I'm sitting at the fishermen, and they're not getting out of the water when it gets dark. They're just not, because it's too early. So they're already doing this, and there's already lights there. I'd like to maybe explore it a little bit.
Well, this is authorizing the transfer of an appropriation of $15,000.
If staff goes through looking at that, that coastal, it would not need permission. And my question to staff on coastal is, I know we're going to have our land use plan our local coastal plan coming back to us. Is this something that we could talk to the coastal commission at that time? Or is it just, it's a major amendment? It's a light.
I'm going to defer to Samantha. Have you done some research as it relates to the coastal commission, Samantha?
I have. We could get by with a temporary CDP for the time being, but for the long term, it would need coastal commission review, as there would need to be a better understanding of the different impacts that may occur on the coastline, the ocean life. There's a couple different facets that would need to be taken into consideration. So you could consider a pilot program if that's what the council's interested in doing, and we could go that route. But anything permanent does need coastal commission review.
So my concern, Samantha, is my primary concern here is dark skies. And what kind of lighting are we going to put out that's going to protect our dark skies? And will that be more than $15,000?
And if I may really quick interrupt, I know that there's been some comments about dark skies on this and some other issues. And I wanted Jennifer to clarify the existing policy with dark skies and the other circumstances around it.
And so you'll see a brief overview in your staff report regarding dark skies as it relates to the general plan. There's a policy within our general plan that talks about dark skies. Something that goes along with that policy is a implementation measure in our strategic implementation plan that you see on a yearly basis. And that implementation measure is to adopt a dark skies ordinance. The city has not yet adopted a dark skies ordinance. So what you have to go on is just the policy within the general plan.
Okay.
Madam Mayor,
Let me just do a follow-up really quick, since it's to that point. For dark skies, I'm a proponent of that, but I think it goes to nights overnight that are there all night long. I don't think that anyone's looking at putting a light on the water for the entire night. I think we're looking at maybe from 4:30
Sundown
to
to
maybe
8 PM is
to
always
8.
talk about.
at 8 o'clock.
8
I'm fine with that. I was thinking 10, but 8 is fine because, I think that's better for use. But so dark skies, I think when we look at it, and the planning commission looks at it, we look at lights overnight when people are trying to sleep. This is just a change in, if it's proposed, it's a change in having a light on the water from 4:30 to 8.
Well, or
only
maybe,
from November to.
maybe we look at 10 just because that's when whatever. Either one, it's not much of a difference, but it's only for those months. too.
It's only for the months, ending March 15th when we have another time change. I'm just interested in looking at it and maybe trying it. And I kind of got inspired today by being on the pier with the World Surfing League and their commitment to the sport. Other countries have this. The United States, we aren't doing it. And because of this time change, a lot of, maybe back east, I don't know that there are states that don't do this, but they're not on the ocean.
Actually, I think based on the staff report, it's very rare, Mayor Ward. In fact, I don't know if anybody does it. People surf at moonlight, with it, but I will say, maybe I'm wrapped up in the event we went to today too, with
Let
the
me
World
throw some
Surfing.
water
League.
on the event.
Yeah,
No, I just,
But.
it's
but
a wonderful sport,
well-
and because of these time changes,
Yeah.
it changes when people can actually do it.
Well,
I would suggest that we go forward with item 1 and not yet authorize transfer appropriation of $15,000. Let's just look at it at this point.
My thoughts on this are that no member of the city council's recommended this or brought this on the agenda.
Not this.
This
No,
was,
they
this
have.
was brought
Yeah.
up, this was brought,
We agendized it. I was one of the people
That's
that
by
did it.
prior
I think
council.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ferguson, you might
It
have.
Laura,
was-
you didn't do it too?
Councilmember Ham proposed placing on the agenda, and I seconded placing it on the agenda, not supporting,
Okay.
I didn't necessarily.
yeah.
So we did support it being here.
So, my thinking is it's not the dark sky thing that concerns me, it's the safety issue. Dark sky laws and rules and public policy came into effect in the West because of observatories in Arizona and Nevada and how city lights detracted from their ability to do their job. It's now become sort of an aesthetic thing, dark sky. I think the real issue here is safety. Night surfing, you can't see the swells coming, you can't see the fish. The lifeguards aren't going to be able to see if someone's in
The
trouble
lifeguards aren't going to be
as
there.
well. So
No lifeguard.
my feeling on this is to just table it and not even waste staff time on it. I don't think it's a good policy. I don't think we should experiment with the potential lives of our surfers who we all love. And it was wonderful to see the 10 of the world's best surfers on our pier today. But I think there's plenty of opportunity to enjoy the sport without putting any of our kids at risk. That's my feelings on it.
No, I
And
I don't
wanted
think it's
to
going to
make
be
a point
kids
too.
at
Did
nighttime.
staff, Ms. McHugh, she worked in marine safety for a long time for the city of San Clemente, and she mentioned the Lands Commission and the California Fish and Wildlife. Did staff look into those agencies to see about seeking approvals? Is it necessary, et cetera? That was an interesting comment she made, and I think it's important.
We have not done that. This was a very cursory review, seeking council direction further of what other additional steps and policies that the council might want to do. But I think that's a great point to be taken into consideration as well.
Well, I like what you said. Do item 1 where we actually look into it. We look into whether Fish and Wildlife, you heard the comments tonight. I don't think dark skies are even part of this.
So
But,
let me make a motion
okay,
for staff to provide, we're providing direction on establishing infrastructure and policies for night surfing at the pier.
Can I add the friendly amendment for a pilot program? I think this would be a good type of thing to look at, a pilot program. I'm just trying to narrow the scope of what they're looking at in terms of potential policies.
so when they come back, bring us that, it definitely be that.
Bring
because
a pilot program back.
But we're not authorizing any expenditure of
No.
money
No.
yet. I'm
No.
fine with that.
Okay,
Based on
So-
also the larger discussion we had about the hours and the time of year and all of that.
right. So a
And-
motion,
And the other thing we would want to know is what other agencies that we would have to coordinate with.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, I'll second that.
and especially with a pilot program.
Right.
So that second was by Councilmember Duncan with amendments.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
No,
Councilmember Noblock,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
Mayor Ward,
Aye.
carries 3-2.
We already did F.
Yes, we're on item G.
Okay.
This is a report from the Agricultural officer concerning the Hanson Beach Club lease.
Good evening, council. This item is in regards to the city's lease of the city-owned property, the Hanson Beach Club. The council extended that lease by a 1-year term, opting for a single-year term instead of any of the 5-year extensions that were referenced within the original lease. And in front of you are a few alternatives of how to handle this moving forward. Ultimately, what staff is recommending is either extending, or if there's an extension that is not of a significant amount of time, to initiate an RFP process that would give the city an opportunity to complete that RFP process, and a new vendor an opportunity, or the existing vendor an opportunity to ramp up and take in reservations for that facility. Staff's concern with jumping directly into an RFP is a lack of that time to build up reservations, and having conversations with our existing tenant. They do have a substantial amount, as referenced within the report, nearly $1 million of business that they would not be able to book today because of the current end time frame, September 30th of next year for that. There's a few other extenuating circumstances, of course, right now with events having been postponed. The industry generally is seeing a significant push out. So events are often being scheduled 2 years in advance at this point. So the goal really is to just facilitate the continued operation and scheduling of activities at our property. I do have available by Zoom our current tenant. Lynn Wagner is available if there are any questions. And of course, I'm happy to answer any questions on behalf of staff. Thank you.
I have an issue. I would make a motion to table this. I think that the city needs to look into some allegations that we got, that there's events being held outside the scope of the contract. There's been a couple people have told me there's been events being held on Mondays in which the public hasn't been able to access the lawns. And that's happened for allegedly 3 Mondays in a row. And one person even got kicked off the property, asked to get off the grass. And even somebody who's affiliated with an event Monday indicated to this person that it's not city property, it's private property, and she had to leave, and she was threatened. So I'd like to, I know a report was filed, I heard. So I would like to make a motion to table this, to look into some of these allegations and to see if the contract terms have been violated. So do I have a motion, a second to my motion?
I will second that with the comment that the concern that the vendor has in this case is that they're not able to book bookings because of their lease termination date. That's always going to be the problem. And
That's not the motion.
Well,
that
no,
she
I know
makes.
that. I know
So
that.
then
I'm going to support
can-
tabling it because I'm concerned.
Okay,
with-
then you
with-
should wait on the rest of it.
Well, I'm just saying a reason for why I'm seconding the motion. My concern is the leapfrog effect of the concern that I
Okay.
think has been.
So you're speaking to the larger issue.
Larger issue, and I'll
Okay.
second the motion.
So there's always going to be an 18-month horizon. There's, and
Wait, should we not get into that until we deal with this motion?
Okay.
We have
That's
a
what-
motion, we have a motion on the table, but before we vote, I'd like to see if staff has
If you
any,
table it, there won't be any discussion.
if staff has any response to those allegations.
So have these allegations been, so I want to talk about the allegations.
So I'll
Have
speak
the
to that.
allegations
So
been brought to you, city attorney?
the
manager?
first time I've been made aware of these is the same time that you were made aware of these tonight. And so both myself and Captain Binfield have not had a chance to do our due diligence and review it. We will review it tomorrow and go over it. And so, yeah, I can't comment on that because I have not done my due diligence.
Oh,
Are-
may
are
I ask?
they-
So you heard,
Laura?
I got stuck in traffic. I'm just asking a city manager question. I got stuck in traffic.
should
so I got
still ask
here
me
at,
if you can speak.
5:15. But I got to the closed session at 5:15, so I missed, did somebody speak on this already tonight?
Under public comments,
okay.
it was spoken.
Thank you. All right. that's
And you were
understood.
here for that.
No, I was not. I arrived to closed session
Yeah.
at 5:15.
It wasn't in closed session. It was in, oh,
It
I
was
see. It was
before
before
closed
closed
session,
session.
yeah.
Yep, you're
Do-
right.
Do we, Mayor, can I ask are they allowed to do events on Mondays under their current lease, or do we have any clarity on that?
Yeah, so my apologies for not being familiar. I'm not in the loop of those allegations until this evening either. But if you look at page, this is 9G-8, just references the tenant's ability to use the facility. And generally that is weekends and weekdays. And so again, I don't have the specifics of the allegation in front of me, but the baseline operations do allow for ground floor exterior operations on a daily basis. There's some caveats and carve outs for the community room on specific times when that could be used in other ways and capacities. And I do know that that was something that the community had raised before and that the council certainly could consider and discuss. That's one of the alternatives that I had referenced in the report, is the potential of revising the current lease or giving staff direction for a future RFP to look at alternatives that would not include a daily use of the venue by the operator. So that would be an alternative in front of council, but I'm not familiar with the allegation again, because that's something that. I did
So
not
let me
have.
ask some questions in regards to the allegation. If 24 Karat is not holding an event, is the grassy area off limits, still off limits to people?
No,
Well, there is signage there that would indicate otherwise.
It just says they have the right to use it if there's an event on those certain days.
Thursday through
Exclusive
Sunday.
right,
Mhm.
excuse me, that's what it says.
Yeah.
And the reason that
Monday.
that is there is because there's always, wedding outside, and people would want to come and sit on the grass while they're trying to set up, So it's a conflicted use, and that's why we actually did an ordinance on that to add this.
Mayor and Council and Jonathan, if I could just point you to the state of the art. There was an amendment. It's on 9G-51. So if there's an event not going on, then the tenant's use isn't exclusive, but they have the right to reserve it. 1,800 feet, that's the front of the building, I guess you'd say, the beach side. And then on weekends, the entire premises can be rented exclusively to by the tenant.
Excuse me, city attorney, if I may. That says, again, like the sign, it matches the verbiage. It's Thursday through Sunday. So the couple of complaints I received were that there were events outside on the lawns on Monday.
Yeah, I heard that. I don't know if they meant on the 1,800 square feet.
Yeah, because
or
I think,
elsewhere.
and I don't know the answer, but obviously, as this clause reads 2.3 in the First Amendment, it gets exclusive use for the entire exterior lawn area on Sunday through Thursdays. However, they do have events outside of those days on the grass. And so, for instance, if they're having a wedding on the grass, as you're walking up Ole Hanson to the left towards the beach side, that area will be roped off because there's a wedding going there. But the other grass space towards Mulan or the backside of the North Beach parking lot are still available to the public for public use.
Right.
So I don't know if is there a circumstance that that previous public comment was made towards. I just don't know, but that could be a factor.
That sounds like what was being described was, well, they looked at the sign probably, and the sign says exclusive use Thursdays through Sundays.
And took it as only that.
And took it as you
Right.
couldn't do it, and they shouldn't be there any other time.
Correct. But again, the exclusive use is for the entire
Right.
Ole Hanson grounds.
But
Sundays,
that
Thursday through
means,
Sunday.
that means people can't walk across the grass on Fridays, say, right?
If there's not an event. So they
But
may
that-
have some days where they don't have events on Friday.
And there's
they
people all
don't-
over the grass.
They don't use exclusivity.
But
Right.
the sign
Yeah, sort of makes it seem like
seems like, I think we need to work on the verbiage of
sign.
the sign. Or the
if
sign
event going on, maybe.
sign should only be out when there's an
Yeah,
event.
probably. They should just put the signs
That's
out
easy to do.
when,
We can only put the sign up. We can take the sign up when there's events applicable and take it down when on a Sunday or on a Friday when there's no events.
Right.
That's not
It's just as simple as
It could be, or, I think the sign, we actually did, we voted on this to do this restriction. We put this in, this amendment. So I think the sign says what we did. We said they have exclusive use Thursday through Sunday. So I think that's what the sign says. But understanding, if there was no wedding going on, I would never think that I couldn't go sit on that lawn. And I don't think anyone is thinking that.
it says no trespassing on the grounds from sunset to sunrise, Thursdays to Sundays.
Right. And
Yeah,
that's
It doesn't say just when party's going.
right. And
Right.
it's a public asset that's been privatized.
So
4
I
days
don't
a week.
remember that from,
It's
What-
probably
Mayor-
just poor
What I
wording.
remember, Mayor and
Yeah.
Council, is people were living there,
yes,
and this was like that, just to
Okay.
be blunt.
right. Thank you. And so there is bigger repercussions to this than we're talking about. And there's a reason why we did it. But I don't believe that anyone's being prohibited from being on that lawn when there's no event.
And it's not
Going on.
private property. The sign
Well,
itself is.
you know,
is-
To the question of tabling this, which, we're not doing at this moment, I don't think we should, because I think that that issue that was brought up is something that can be handled by the city manager and does not affect what we're talking about here tonight.
That's fine, but I made a
So we can take
motion.
that vote,
and I
but
got
I just wanted to make that comment for discussion before we take the vote and whether, because you have a motion and a second to table it.
Yep.
So can we do that vote so we can get on with the,
Councilmember Duncan,
No.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
No.
Mayor Ward.
no?
Motion fails 2-3.
Okay, so let's talk about options for this. And I know Councilmember Duncan asked for this to come on. I just want to make a couple of comments before he talks about it. I've always been very concerned that we did not honor the contract of 24 carats. I don't think that is something that any other city council has ever done, not honored a contract that we had a valid contract. And when we give extensions to a contract, they have the right to ask for those. And we gave those. But I want to talk about why it's important to honor a contract. And I looked this up in business and it's for cities too.
Before we go, how did we not honor the contract?
By not accepting their 5-year extension that they were entitled to. That it had 2 or 3 5-year extensions, Jonathan.
Did
24
we have a
carats.
Requirement to honor that?
It's a
No.
part of the contract that
were-
we.
There are options for renewal.
There were 3 options for extension, but in this case, so there are certain cases when, so Casa Romantica is a good example of this, where the tenant has exclusive right to exercise that option. This was a mutual option, so both the tenant and the city would make that determination to extend.
But it was a mutual option, but I remember us talking about the fact we wouldn't give them past. We were very careful where we knew that they had 3 5-year extensions. I believe it's 3. And we made sure that we could, for any cause, that if we thought they weren't living up to their obligation, if there was cause, then we could not do that and quit it at any time. A council never considered that we would not give them the 5-year option.
I think maybe what
Because
you're
it's
getting
the
at, Mayor,
promise
was
that we
the
made.
circumstances were such, I think the expectation was that the city manager would routinely extend the contract unless there was a reason not to. What happened here was they came to us needing help because COVID was adversely affecting their ability to book events. And we sort of used them coming to us for help to not extend the contract. That was kind of what burned
We
me up.
gave them the help they requested.
Well, $55,000.
Let's not talk at the same time. So I think you're right. And I think that does reflect what happened. But what in essence we did not do is the promise and what we set up in this contract, we did not, it was already set by the city council in an RFP process and we did not honor it. And I think that's a mistake. And I just want to say why it is because I looked it up. I haven't had business, so I don't know. It says when agreements are kept, trust and confidence and integrity is built. Relationships are enhanced and traction is realized, efficiency is increased and momentum builds. We were trying to get momentum in North Beach and at the Ole Hanson Beach Club for this wedding event center. And there was reasons why the council did it. In not honoring our contract, we are stopping all of the trust that we have built up, not just with this vendor, but I want you to consider future vendors. Why would anyone come to the city of San Clemente before the city council and ramp up and buy all the equipment and all the furniture and make all their plans if a new city council can come in and say, we want someone else. We think someone else should get that contract and we're not gonna do it. We're not gonna honor our promise. That's what I'm afraid of. The momentum of Ole Hanson and the Beach Club and of North Beach. It even says in here, confirmed termination date of September 30, 22 and the current leasehold, recognizing there's going to be lapses in service and reduced revenue associated with a quick outboarding process of a new tenant. We are stopping what a previous city council voted on in an RFP that we went through, and we had several people bid on it, and we picked a vendor, and we gave them a promise of so many extensions. Wait a minute, wait a minute.
Yeah.
So if we don't honor our promises and honor what we do, and we get out of contracts like this, and we are going to be hurting the beach club, but we are going to be hurting our integrity and our with future contractors. And if we are going to run a venue like that, and we're going to turn it into just another multi-purpose room like this one is, we aren't going to have the revenue that's been planned, that we've been budgeting for out of the Ole Hanson Beach Club. So I want to honor what we've, the momentum we're already doing.
I'm impressed with them as a vendor. I'm fully prepared to extend their contract. Where we part company is, I don't think we did anything not to honor our contract. It was a mutual situation, and we opted not to go with another 5-year contract with them. At this point, their contract expires in September 22. I think and there's a 18-month horizon here. I think, in my view, what we should do is extend their contract to January 24, and in July of 23, have a RFP process out there. Excuse me, have an RFP approved by July of 23. See what I'm saying? And then that way we will continue this 18-month horizon. The last thing we want to do, I think, is cancel their contract for September 22nd, for September 22.
Can I just comment with
Yes,
what you're
please.
thinking? Doing an RFP in July, that's one thing, but stopping a venue for weddings, I'm thinking of all the people, and that's why I want to honor the contract, but stopping it then, I think the contract should go. Oh, I see. You're going to January 2024. So you're doing what I was thinking, that it should be after that, because there's a ramp up and a changeover, knowing that we probably aren't going to have very many events in 2024 because of the ramp up that we already started with this contractor. And so I'm just wondering why change the contractor if they're not doing anything?
That's my
wrong.
problem with all of this. They've been an exceptional tenant. They've gone above and beyond everything we ever asked for. They outbid everybody during the bidding process significantly, and then they exceeded their projections, and nobody was even close. Touring the facility, you see that they're creating a unique experience and maximizing the value of the Ole Hanson Beach Club because of the resources they have and the expertise to be able to show it off to people who might not even thought of that venue. I just don't see why we're even considering this. This is just sort of boggles the mind. We've already been through this. We picked the best contractor. They exceeded even the high expectations they set. The only reason that they have struggled is COVID, which they had nothing to do with, but now they're booking events and they're being successful. We haven't had complaints from the neighbors since we had them on board. And I guess I would just do the 5-year extension. I don't know why we're struggling so much with this.
It's 5 years from September 22 to September 27.
Just complete.
No,
what we
the
already
regular
did.
5 years, whatever it was going to be from, what was the 5 years going to be? It was going to be from 20.
So it'd be 4 additional years to 2026 would have been the extension,
years,
the
yeah.
first extension.
My thoughts on this are, and Kathy, I appreciate your concern. I totally disagree with you. I think we have honored the contract. To say that there's some implied extension when the contract doesn't provide for it doesn't float my boat. The contract says what it says. Mutual agreements, mutual assents are evidenced by the words in a contract, and the contract doesn't say they're entitled to an automatic renewal. If they're the best vendor and they compete with other vendors, they could be extended. I'm not criticizing their service at all. I do think the council was very generous with them 6 months ago, or about 6 months, 7 months ago, when we gave them some relief from the COVID. We gave them some time extensions and some money relief. Very generous on our part. We were legally obligated to do that. And I also disagree with the concept that we're hurting other vendors. I think vendors appreciate that when they make a deal and they enter into a contract, that contract means something. And if the timeline's not enough, a new vendor would come in and say, I can't make a living in 5 years. I need 20, I need 10. But as Gene said, we're always going to have the 18-month leapfrogging offense. So that seems to me to be the motivation or the impetus here to give them some consideration now. And I think the reality is the business is what it is. And no one's entitled to an agreement in perpetuity. And I think the contract should prevail. So I don't think we've dishonored our word at all to this vendor.
Well, you're going too far because nothing ever said it was in perpetuity. It was just 5-year extensions in their understanding that, you know, that we would look at those and I remember us talking that it would be for cause if we were not going to go on, not because we want to change it and go into someone else. And I just think that we shouldn't do it because it just defeats the purpose of the entire, what we're trying to do with the beach club. I'll wrap it up.
Thanks.
It defeats the purpose of what we're trying to do with the beach club and just causes instability, especially in North Beach. And we don't need to do that right now. We could do the 4-year extension, give them to the time that they had and punt this and let North Beach get going, let the beach club get going and the new restaurants come in and not have all this instability in that area. There's too many people that have worked too hard to get North Beach going. And I think what the council's trying to do here is going to torpedo that. I really do. I think it's going to cause a major problem in what's happening with North Beach right
Sorry,
now.
Laura, just to add on, but I mean, I think if you are going to do to Steve's point, if you are going to do an RFP, you need to do it 18 months before the expiration. That's when you need to have the RFP. So
Maybe that's true.
now we're 1 year into the 5 years. Let's give them the 5 years. If you want to do an RFP 18 months from the end, that's
Actually,
fine.
you need to do an RFP like 22
Well,
months.
okay, but have the results by 18 months. or whatever.
That's my point.
You're right. So then they have notice. You're right.
That's fine.
Then they have
We
absolute
could do that.
notice.
And now you're talking about an RFP, Steve, not even that far in the future,
Right.
basically, because.
But it's not going to torpedo North Beach and stop the momentum that's happening. And I think COVID's doing enough of that. And I don't think we need to add to
But
it.
for me to get behind this, we need to clean up the sign
Yeah.
issue. We need to clean up the grass issue. And there was one other thing. Is the swimming pool closed when they have an event?
No.
There is a perception by the public that the swimming pool
No.
closes when they have an event. I told him, I think that's related to lifeguards, not to anything else.
No, when we have programming or pool hours, I've been there where they have events that are going on upstairs while the public is still accessing the pool.
Yeah,
There
I've
may
been
be
in the
times when the
pool,
pool's closed, and then yes, there's activities going on, but that's because.
but our staff isn't there. So I like that idea of keeping this going until the next 5-year term. I'm going to still talk to Laura.
Thanks.
I like that
Waiting for a
idea
long time.
because I think that I think it's the right way to go with where we are in the situation of the world and North Beach. And I'd hate to see it go down. So Laura, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No worries.
I need to turn right.
The perception of the public, they're probably thinking because it's closed on Sundays. So ever since the remodel that was done, that the Ole Hanson Beach Club was closed for 4.5 years. It cost $5.4 million to remodel. After that, the city ended up going with this one vendor, and then the hours changed. The pool is closed on Sundays. So that might be what the public's thinking. Personally, I think we need to open it up because that's when everybody's off work and school, and they need to be able to have access to their public facility there. That's for another day. So my opinion, and I feel like we just did this, but I guess it's been 6 months. Councilmember Noblock indicated time has flown, but I feel like we just went through this. My stance is still allow this historic public asset to be the people's asset, right? I feel it's been extremely privatized. It's closed more than it's open to the public. The sign, of course, really irks me because it's private property. The signs all over the place there, even facing the parking lot on the hillside of the Ole Hanson Beach Club when it is not private property. it is public property. It belongs to the people. So yes, if we can get a sign that is not static, one that can be just placed there for the events, that's good. So people know that they can walk on their lawn when there's not an event, and it's not just closed down for 4 days for the people to walk on it and be threatened with the police, calling the police like the lady the other day. And then I advocated before, and I still stand true to adopting a Casa Romantica model so that there's multiple vendors, multiple caterers can have access to the Ole Hanson Beach Club, and consumers, those who have weddings there, parties, other events, can have choice in food, pricing, etc. For instance, the 24 carats, they have access to the Casa Romantica, for instance. They're one of the 6 vendors on that list, but none of those 5 other vendors can have access to our pool club. So that's important to note. When we have variety, it's best for everybody, and then we don't have a monopoly of our public facility there. And then lastly, I feel we've been very, very generous and professional with the vendor and giving the $55,000, I believe it was, in waiving rent last year. And then, but really finishing out this year, so a year and a half to accommodate all those who had planned weddings. And then RFPs, I mean, I used to write RFPs for the city here. I don't know why it's, the talk is it takes 18 to 22 months to get a vendor in here. I guess we're accounting for the time remaining on this lease. But we can get RFPs done concurrent to this tenant being here. So it's not really that great length of time. And then, yeah, I just really can't change my mind about keeping this monopoly of the historic beach club going. It's time to open it up to others and open it up also to other activities that people really miss at the pool club, the exercise, the Pilates, the yoga on the deck and so forth that they don't get to do anymore either. And as taxpayers, they invested a lot of money in that pool club, and to have it be closed to them more than it's opened is really a sad state of affairs. Thank you.
Okay, so Councilmember Duncan, I think you
I'm
kind of
ready
said
to-
something that could be a motion.
I'm ready to do a motion.
Okay, let's see if we get there.
Okay, I'm gonna move that we extend the contract to the full 5-year period that it would have been if we had done the 5-year extension. That we issue an RFP in which the results and the decision will be made at least 18 months before the expiration of that 5-year period. That we require the signage to be taken down that's in there, that's permanent, and that 24 carats be required to put the signage out when there's events, so that when there's not events, it's very clear that the public can access that space. I think that's it.
To clarify your motion, 5-year extension from what date?
The original date that the first 5 years expired.
Which was
Which we're not
when?
there yet, right?
No, we are. We're 1 year.
So
into
the
other one.
original term actually would be expiring in about a week. September 30th of 21 was the original. And so then 5 additional years
Would
would
be
go
up.
from September 30th of 2021 through 2026.
I think that gives enough time for everything to ramp up. And if we're gonna make changes, we'll know what we're getting.
Excuse me, Mayor Ward, if I may, point of clarification.
We have a motion. Go
I'm just
ahead.
gonna mention, staff had indicated, I think he said November. July 16 was when the lease was entered into. July 15, 2016.
So commencement and duration, if I could direct you to 9G8. Is where that was covered. So the commencement date should be the initial term is 5 years. And it references the commencement date shall be noted here, October 1st, 2016, and the expiration of the initial term shall be noted here, September 30th, 2021.
Okay. So I think that's cleaner anyway, that it's like that. And I think this is it's a good thing to go forward, and accomplishes what we need to do with still trying to get someone else in there without torpedoing what's going on in North
Well, I think
Beach.
it gives the chance for other bidders to come in
Mhm.
and see if they can bid higher than 24 carats. And if
Mhm.
24 carats can bid higher than them, they probably deserve to keep it.
But I'd like to see without COVID going on, what this vendor can do. And I think giving them the 5-year extension just kind of settles everything and I like what the mayor pro tem said, 18 months ahead. That was a good, I didn't catch the January part, but that was a good way to do it because you're right, it will always be that. So giving them notice would be good. And if they win the bid and we decide to award it, then they'll know what's going to happen
Do-
after that 18.
Do we need a second for the motion?
Yes.
Second.
Speaking to the motion, I won't be supporting the motion. I think we've been fair with this vendor. I don't think we have an obligation, not that we shouldn't do it or it's improper to do it, but I don't think we have an obligation to give the 5-year extension.
Agreed.
My inclination would be to give our local vendors an opportunity to compete for this very valuable asset. I think we have a responsibility to make sure that we maximize the public input. We've invested $5 million there. They're not saving North Beach. We've saved North Beach by our $5 million investment. So I can't support the motion, but so with that, that concludes my comments.
Thank you. So Madam Clerk, can you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
No.
Councilmember Noblock,
No.
Mayor pro tem James,
Aye.
Mayor Ward,
Aye.
motion carries 3-2.
So let me just check. Lynn Wagner, I know you're on I don't think you're saying your name right. Wagner. You're on but I don't believe you need to speak. Is that the case?
No, I do not need to speak. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for hanging in with us. And I think we came up with a good solution.
I think it's the best for us both. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, council. I think that was a good compromise, trying to figure out what to do with this.
Next item is item H. That's consideration of waiving the outstanding rent for the current TStreet concessionaire.
And who asked for this?
So this was agendized by Councilmember Ferguson with the support of Mayor Pro Tem James with the consideration of waiving the outstanding rent for the TStreet concessionaire. Staff stands ready to answer. Jonathan is here to answer any questions that the council may have. And we're ready to seek any direction or implement any direction the council gives.
So I don't see a letter in here from the leasee. Is that correct? We don't have a letter?
That's
We didn't
correct.
seek one.
This was council initiated.
Yeah, I initiated it. and
Okay,
Councilmember
well,
James,
I'm
so-
just pointing out, I don't see
um,
it from the leasee asking for
No,
this.
yeah, we didn't ask them and they didn't ask. They're no longer there. They've been booted out. So Eric, I don't see any notation in here. Can you remind me how much it was? I know it wasn't a significant
I'll
amount
let-
like we waived for the 24 carats was like 55,000. I thought this was a lot less, but I can't remember.
Refer to Jonathan Lightfoot, our Economic Development Officer,
Yeah,
to answer
Yeah,
that.
we know. Thank you.
Yeah, so I would be working with our finance department to land a final number. Part of that is you'll see within the documents that were included is that the prior tenant signed an abatement agreement where they indicated that they would not owe the city any rent for their occupation and use of the space in 2020 and then pay that past due in June of this year. And so we get to this year and we did not receive any receipts from them, which is how we calculate the rent. Is just based off of
Mhm.
percentage. So we would have to rely on past data based on what they had earned and
Okay.
submitted to the city in the past to come up with that figure because they didn't provide the required
Okay. I
receipts.
thought there was a figure in a document. That's why we bifurcated it, because I tried to get this included in a prior motion for an unrelated, or for the related
Sure.
tenant. Remember, what was that?
I did make
exactly?
an estimate
Oh,
of
the abatement, that was it, the new people coming in, and I tried to say, let's just waive the rent for that
For the
time in
prior.
COVID when they couldn't operate, because they're gone now, right?
Yeah,
They
so
had
the
moved out.
estimate was about $10,000 based
Okay.
off of the last couple
All
of
right.
years.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I personally, I don't feel I need to spend a lot of time on this unless the council does, but I'd clearly just like to make a motion to waive that rent that they would have had to have paid that they were responsible for paying. If it's 10,000 or if it's whatever the final number ends up being, if it's less than that, fine. But I'd like to make a motion to be able to waive the rent for the prior tenant at the TStreet concessionaire stand.
Could I just ask, what would be the purpose or what's the reasoning behind that?
The reason was they weren't able to be open. They were still on the hook for rent, right? And they got booted out. So they're out now, right? They're not operating there anymore. So their business is over. And we set a precedent with waiving rent for the concessionaire or vendor, so to speak, the caterer at the Ole Hanson Beach Club. And we waived $55,000 worth of rent. So I don't want to create this undue hardship, a burden on these folks that are no longer operating there. And they were there for decades.
I'll second the motion.
So, for discussion, let me ask staff, that abatement agreement, was that part of the COVID issue?
It was. So the city, for all of our leased properties, offered a 3-month period last year. Unique situation with our snack shacks because they operate on such a limited term. So typically we would have said your rent's abated for 3 years and here's your repayment time scale. But in this case, since they don't operate, the prior tenant was not operating at that facility year round, we gave them through to June of the next year.
So when did we go to RFP for that snack shack and award it to this new person?
Yeah, so we did a preliminary review, and if you remember, the current operator is just on the provisional basis. So there's going to be an RFP that comes back to the council for more long-term operations at that. And that was done in June timeframe. And so we sent an initial notice to the operator in June, and at their request, we actually did allow them to stay through the July 4th holiday, which they indicated would be an important timeframe for them.
So they operated
through July 4th. And
when
then,
did they start? Do you know?
they began operations in May. I don't have the exact date.
So Memorial Day to July 4th, they were fully able to operate.
And that's
Of this
the
year,
rent we're
correct.
talking about.
So it would be that window of 2021, as well as any window of operations in 2020. They did start a little bit delayed from their typical operations. They submitted a safe operators. They provided some of the same information that we used at city facilities to ensure that they're, practicing hand washing, et cetera, to open safely. So they did that before beginning operations, but then they did operate for the remainder of the summer season in 2020.
Okay. So I understand we have a motion, a second, just for discussion. I think this is highly irregular that we would take any action on a lease, especially someone that has an abatement agreement that we've already done for COVID, that we would do this with a council member with nothing from the vendor, not a thing. This contract is between the vendor and the city. It's just irregular that this has been agendized and it's at the council. I'm going to be voting no, because this is not how we do this. It's not how we take up things and do it. But I wanted to correct it that abatement contract was for that part of time that they couldn't operate, and we allowed them to operate. And now there's just a motion to waive whatever they owe for that time period that they operated.
I supported bringing this forward, hoping to see something from the debtor,
The
the
vendor.
operator, whatever. There's nothing here, so consequently, I can't support waiving it at this point.
Mayor Ward, may I ask a question, please?
Yes.
City Manager, did you notify them that this was on the agenda? The tenants, the prior tenants? Because when we used to put agenda, when I worked here, when we had agenda reports, whoever the affected parties were would receive a copy of the agenda report.
No, we did not.
Okay, so that probably explains
But
why they're not here. And
this
Ms.
is
Ward,
something that
Ms.
was-
Ward,
That you agendized.
there's no
That's why it's
policy
on
that
like this.
forbids me to have done what I did, just so you know.
No, I'm not saying, I'm not for
You don't
saying
like
that it
it?
forbids it. I'm just saying this is highly irregular
Well,
for us to rule on something that the vendor's not even talking to
It may be
us.
unlikely, but it's not forbidden.
Let me ask a question if that's appropriate with a motion and a second pending.
We already have,
But
we have a motion.
I know, I say if it's appropriate to even ask a question at this point, I think point of order probably is not, but if, since we're kind of doing that, I'll take the liberty of asking a question of our city manager and city attorney. What's the likelihood that this vendor would be prosecuted for breach of contract and payment of rents? Is there any thought to pursue this person?
I think standard operating procedure would be that we would submit an invoice to the vendor. And in this particular case, I'm going to lean on Jonathan a little bit. Their original lease agreement was a percentage of gross sales. They have not reported any of their sales to us during this duration. So we would come up with an average based on previous activities, thus the amount of 10,000. If she wanted to contest it, all she would have to do is come in and say, I didn't make that much. Here are my records, and this is what I truly owe.
With what you know with the COVID and with what they've provided in the past, if you never heard from them again, would you be sending them an invoice and going through this process?
I think that would be inappropriate for me not to do it, so that we would do it, and it would be on the burden on the tenant to prove otherwise.
Okay.
So what period of time did they not report any sales to us?
So that would be May of 2020 through approximately
July.
September of 2020. And then again, May of 2021 through July 5th of 2021.
And we know they were operating because they asked to
Right,
stay
so
there.
I have concerns that we have unreported sales, consequently unreported royalties.
We have 6 months of, or 6 or 9 months of total COVID downtime, but at least 2 or 3 months of potential income.
No, there was no COVID downtime. The beach was open.
No, the
In
store was, the facility was not operating, all right?
No, it was
But
operating.
they got an abatement for some period of time. But besides that, I think that's highly problematic.
Yeah,
I don't know why we would look to do a favor to a business that wasn't even reporting the
Right.
income.
Yeah.
It has to go through the proper
In
channels.
light of that information, I'm going to withdraw my second. If that's something I can do.
Yes. We haven't taken a vote yet. So I don't see a second. So I'll make a motion that this is tabled. Would you second
I'll
that? Okay.
Councilmember Duncan.
May I inquire, Mayor, why are we tabling it?
Because it shouldn't be considered.
Okay,
This is
we
something
just-
that goes through regular business courses and would be followed up
But
by our staff.
Table
for
would mean it comes back again. I
No,
don't know why
tabled
we-
means
it
it
doesn't
goes
mean
off
it
the
comes
table
back at
until
all.
anyone brings it back.
It
It's
only
just
comes back if someone brings it
Okay,
back.
okay, then
Yeah.
I'll support
We're
that. Aye.
taking it off the table.
Councilmember Ferguson.
I am a no to table it, and I'm going to reiterate to Mayor Ward that I am completely within my abilities to have brought this forward tonight, despite you disliking it. Okay, so no policy was broken. Thank you.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
I'll be an aye, but I would prefer to have had a motion to pursue the monies owed the city.
Mayor Pro Tem, by tabling it, staff will continue with their standard operating procedure to collect outstanding.
Aye.
dues.
Thank you.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay.
Next is item I, that's startup concession operations at Richard T. Steed Memorial Park.
So we have Beaches Park Recreation Director Samantha Wiley giving a brief staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Because it is getting late, I will be brief. I think the contents of the staff report really outlines the ask here. I know so at this point, this is coming back as a review. We went through the food and beverage strategic plan with this council and got direction to consider moving Steed Park concession operations in-house. So this is the follow-up on that. Staff have done their due diligence on running numbers and figures and have come up with really first-year costs. We're estimating around $300,000 in expenses, but $400,000 in revenue. So we will be recouping our expenses in that sense. So the staff recommendation tease that up on how that should look with the account strings and such. So I'm happy to take any questions. I do want to say at this point in time, we have been operating without a concession operator and bringing in food trucks, and we've been having those food trucks pay different percentages based on kind of the market rate. It's not sustainable. I will say that our goal is to move our operations back inside of the park. But also on this interim basis, we have been continuing to charge the gate fee. That standard $2 fee is what the prior concessionaire operated at. And we've seen a really good return on that. So if that's any indication on the return on investment we will be seeing, I think that's a good sign. And again, that's in the staff report. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any. There are some one-time costs as well that you'll see in here. The bulk costs that we're going to see year over year are staff costs and our labor costs and our food costs as well. So with that, I will answer questions if needed.
I'm just blown away at the revenue that it's already looking like we can generate. It really affirms the information we got from our consultant. I feel really good about that. I feel really good about what Steed can become. So I'm prepared to make a motion if no one else has.
I just have a question. I could support that motion, Chris, but I'd kind of like to know, Eric, your thoughts on our power to control the cost and make sure that, not control the cost, that's not the right word, to make sure we're recovering the revenue that we're entitled to. The revenues from this program are very impressive. Our revenues historically have been zippo-mundo. And I'm wondering what the heck,
Technical term.
what the heck has happened historically that we weren't receiving that? Do we not audit our vendors or what? Talk a little bit about
So I'm
that.
going to let Samantha, because she's boots on the ground with the previous concessionaire, to kind of talk about past practices.
Yeah, so it's a great question, Councilmember Knobloch. There's a couple of things that have happened historically that we've learned from. Auditing is one of those things. Many years ago, there was regular auditing that was going on, even at an in-house level. And over time, that's just gone away, whether that's through different budget restraints or things like that. So that happened. Concession operations also changed staff hands. It went kind of to different departments, different divisions, and along the way, I think there was a loss of ownership at the staff level. That's really the big thing. And then, when you get longtime concessionaires that just kind of get in an ebb and flow, I think there was a loss of staff oversight from prior management. So this, I think, turns that leaf. It puts the cash operations, the revenue really at the forefront of what recreation does every day. We manage front counters 7 days a week. And we've got a ton of checks and balances in place to make sure all of our markers are met. And again, and Jonathan knows this well from the TStreet concession operator as well. It's hard. It's been hard on our past operators to audit them. There was no system in place. There was no minimum criteria that we required from our operators. And again, that maybe was just from a lack of contracts or whatever it may be. So this is going to take us out of that for Steed Park and toe the line a little bit stronger. But that's, from what I understand, working with the consultant and digging a little deeper, that's what it appears was going on. We were taking the concession operators' word on what they were bringing in and not questioning that.
Thank you.
Would you like to make a motion?
Is it appropriate to just make a motion that we approve the staff recommendation for item I? Okay.
Second by Councilmember Knobloch.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Knobloch,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
We already did item J.
Yes.
I
For-
need to recuse
we did that for
myself
you.
as well. Huh?
We
No,
did it already
Yeah,
for
we
you.
did it.
Oh,
As you were
did?
coming in, we were voting.
Oh,
We
thank
thought it
you.
was going to be
Thank
too
you. I
hard.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
World Communications Part 2, I don't have any cards.
Okay. So council, we can bring this home by 11 o'clock. We could try.
City Manager,
Really quick, I know with regards to that previous item on the trees, there was a question on bidding. Interim Public Works Director Jennifer Savage can give a brief update.
Our West Coast arborists did apply for both of those bids. In neither case were they the lowest bidder.
Thank you for that information. Appreciate that.
And I have no other updates at this time, so thank you.
Thank you very much, City Attorney.
Nothing more tonight. Thank you.
Thank
City
you.
Attorney, I have an issue, not with you, but an issue to bring up with you. I have been in contact, well, actually, they've been in contact with me, an organization called Freedom Foundation. And under California labor law, as management and elected officials, I think it's under SB 899, we're unable to say anything regarding a union or organized labor. The Freedom Foundation has a lawsuit that they're coming up with. They're looking for plaintiffs in that lawsuit, and they have been in contact with me, and they have also been in contact with City Attorney. And Scott, could you give us what's going on?
Sure. The lawyer for the foundation is willing to come and make a presentation to the city council at your meeting, and you decide if you want to be part of that or not. And so the motion would be to put that presentation on the regular meeting of October 5th. That was the first date.
This is a complete gag order that we're unable to say anything to an employee about organized labor or unions or the advantages to not being in a union.
So is that the reason why we would want it? So we can counsel our employees on whether they should be unionized or not?
Can you?
Yeah, the rule
elaborate?
just prohibits all communication
All
with the
communication.
employees, organizations, educational, anything about your workplace, anything that's subject to meet and confer. And the lawsuit would seek to have exceptions to that.
And
But-
this is not going to cost us a dime.
Okay, I get that. But is it a lawsuit to challenge labor laws that we have with our employees now that are in our contracts?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know if I can support that even I would be interested in it because it's their employee contracts. Why do we want to talk to them about that? I'm worried, because it's challenging that I'm worried about what our employees would think of that, of why we would
The
even
way this law
consider
is
it.
written, if I were to say something on Facebook about a public employee union, I could be called to task for that. It's a complete gag order.
Well, I think even the way our city is structured, we don't have anything to say about employee contracts except for when they come before us for
I'm
a
talking
raise
about
or.
in general, I'm not even talking about our employees. I'm talking about in general.
So if we were to comment on any public employees on anything,
I'm sorry, it's about what's subject to meet and confer. So if you're at impasse, let's say, and the council would like to do a mail or an educational piece explaining its position to the rank and file, you're not able to do that under the current law. And that's what this challenge is about.
What is the issue? Is this a bill we need to support or a position we need to take or something you want to bring back to the agenda? I'm not-
it's an attorney that wants to come and talk to us whether we want to be a plaintiff. And I think it just has kind of like a
Is
chilling
that what you're
effect on our
asking, Gene,
employees.
to have, to give this?
That's
Exactly.
exactly.
Yeah.
So it's just to have it presented.
So it'd be a closed session discussion?
We could do a closed
either way.
session, we could do an open. I would prefer to do an open session.
And she's willing to present either way.
I could support
Is she
that.
going to be able to tell us other cities that are,
Yeah.
okay, I'd like to hear that.
I think she had a written summary too, not yet, but I suggested that if it is on your agenda, that she provide that written summary in advance so you can read up on it.
So when is a good time for that to come back to council? Because I don't want to say, I don't think there's a need to bring it back right away. Is there a need that they need to get going on it? Is there a time
October,
period?
fine.
I would, if you wanted to give me a little bit of flexibility, I would try to land it at one of the two meetings in October, looking for the one that's not as crowded.
Yeah, I appreciate that because I just don't want to see what we've had on our agendas.
And so it doesn't require a staff report, so I got a second, so.
Yep.
It's
Yeah,
just
we'll just
putting
bring
it on
back
the
whatever she
agenda and having
sends.
her show up.
Correct.
Okay. Is that your only item?
Well, that's for the city attorney.
Oh,
It's projecting.
I'm going to ask you to be nice with you.
I've got a couple too.
Okay.
Uh,
Laura, do you have anything to?
I do. I have just two. But I'll wait. Go ahead, Chris.
No. Are we still on city attorney? Are we? closing
No, we're
that out?
done.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing.
You can go ahead.
I think my computer died on me, but anyway. Maybe it'll come back. Can you hear me at all? Or
Yeah,
you can hear me?
Yeah.
Oh,
We
perfect.
can.
Okay, as long as you can hear me. All right, I just have a couple follow-up items. I brought up maybe a couple months ago, this for the city manager. Uniform parking for the Pier Bowl. Do you know what's going on with that now, city manager? We got the parking. Remember when I brought this up before about the uniform parking, the hours to be extended 3 hours?
Yes.
And you were waiting for a parking app. I did see a press release on that. And I'm just wondering what the holdup is, because just not having that implemented, like this year, we probably, could
It'll
have
be
made
coming
tens
back
of
to
thousands
you
in
in
revenue.
the October meeting.
But why does it have to come back? Council
You have to
unanimously.
adopt an ordinance to extend the hours for the
Yeah.
parking.
Okay.
meters.
The council already approved unanimously to do that. Coastal Commission approved.
Now you have
And
to
you're bringing
codify
back an
it.
ordinance to inform the public of the extended hours,
You have to codify it.
codify it.
So you have to have a first reading, then you'd have a second reading, and then it would go into
Okay.
execution 30 days after the mayor. signs.
Okay, all right. Do you know what took so long? Because that was like 2 years ago. we
I,
approved that.
I can only say that there's a lot on our plate, so I
Okay.
can't speak specifically to what,
All right,
but
because we lost a lot of revenue. It's probably $100,000 of revenue a year. Okay, fair enough. If you could, I'd like to see just maybe a timeline of that as well, because I remember after council approved that, I know it was a couple months. I did follow up, remember, to have it submitted to Coastal Commission.
very standard operating procedure. If we bring it back at the October meeting, that would be the first reading. The second meeting in October would be the second
Okay.
reading. And then 30 days after the mayor signs it, it would go into effect.
Okay, so you don't really know what took so long on that?
It's just workload.
Okay, and make sure to notify the people, because I know when we first, when we voted on this afterwards, we heard from many of the business owners around there that they never heard anything. So if you could please make sure they get
Now,
notification.
I want to clarify on that
Mhm.
because I'm going to look to the city attorney.
Mhm.
For an ordinance, there's no requirement to notice with 300 feet. And this is obviously multiple locations, not just the Pier Bowl, but North Beach and so forth.
It's
So
the normal published notice that.
published notice. So
Yeah, we could
I
go
would
above-
have Jonathan commute to
go
the
above what
ZBA
the
in
law
the chamber.
requires. We could do more than what the law requires, just out of a
I would
courtesy
seek
to our
direction from
business
council
owners.
on what you would like me to do.
I'm gonna say this, so we could do more than the law allows. We don't have to, that's just the bottom, right, with the
Right,
law,
that's
and
right.
then we can go beyond that, because I don't want to hear how upset they are again that they didn't know. There were several. So there's not many, as we know, in the Pier Bowl, and I think it would be appropriate for us to do that if council supports that, letting the people know that ordinance is
There's,
coming and that the hours will be extended. It's
I
already
have no
approved.
problem with public notification, but I would like direction from council to what the parameters are for those notifications.
Right, and that's why I brought it up tonight, so that we
Well,
can get that.
Laura,
done.
what's the parameters?
Yeah.
Just the businesses in the Pier Bowl?
The
on
businesses
Coronado?
and the Pier Bowl area.
Just the
there.
businesses along
Yeah.
Victoria?
That's it.
So just the
Victoria.
businesses in the Pier Bowl.
Yep.
Okay. That's not a
And,
problem.
you know,
That's
just-
okay.
just
Will of
do
the
that.
council, that's not a problem.
Perfect. That would be wonderful, because they were the ones that were troubled by not knowing about that. And then secondly, I know at the budget workshop in June, I had asked, and then council supported, for a list of all the consultants and contractors. And we got that, but a column was missing. We got the company name, right, the consultant name, the cost that it costs the city, what we pay them, but no description of what they do. And the goal was, and council agreed at the budget workshop, was for the staff to come back. She's doing, yeah, Jennifer, thank you. She kindly wrote me back, and you were aware, you were in that email. But that's supposed to come back in September for us to take a look at, because I think it wasn't quite the end of the fiscal year, and I think that list was at close to 6 million at the time. But for council to take a look at that in September to see where we might be able to cut, right? And have some cost savings that we might be able to apply to the unfunded pension liability. So is that coming at the next meeting? Because at the budget workshop in June, it was to come back in September.
Yes, and thank you, Councilmember Ferguson. Unfortunately, we don't have the regularly scheduled second meeting in September, and so that information will come back to you in October.
Oh, we have a meeting on the 28th of September.
Yes.
It's a special meeting.
Yeah, but not the regularly scheduled.
Oh,
second
so
meeting.
we have a lot on that special meeting.
Ordinances have to be done on a regularly scheduled council meeting, not
Okay.
a special meeting.
Oh, well, this isn't about the ordinance. So this is actually not.
No, it is
an
about the parking ordinance. is it
No,
not?
this is
No,
about,
it's
you
just
two were
talking about the
talking, it's about,
consultant list that
Yeah.
was
Oh, I'm
produced.
sorry.
that's okay.
I took it as
That's
that.
okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay, but I don't mind waiting a week.
And I
October
don't-
5th is fine.
And
I don't
think we're bringing
mind.
it to the city council. I think it's just something that we're bringing to the, will be some emailing to the council as a report for the council to then take action as they see fit.
It's actually the direction in June was to bring to a public meeting in
The
September.
clerk, was that the direction of the council to bring it back?
Don't remember.
Okay, we'll double check.
Yeah, that would be good. So we can comply with the request of city council. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Duncan.
I move that we go past 11. It would only be a couple minutes, I hope.
Oh,
I don't know that it's going to be. And so I'm looking at
I
what
got
we
two
still need to
things.
do. You guys are going to Sacramento and we have to do the amendments.
I'll
But if
second
you're all
that.
going to want to keep going on and on about what we want to agendize, I don't want to go past 11.
Well, I'll second his motion.
I just have two things that I've been trying, that they're not super pressing, but they're important to our small businesses, I think. And I just want to,
I'm going to vote no. But go
you're
ahead.
going to vote
take
no
the-
to go
the vote.
past 11?
Yeah. It-
Call for the question.
This is
Okay.
too much.
Councilmember Duncan.
We're voting on going past 11?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I'll withdraw the motion. I'll bring these up at another meeting.
Okay. I appreciate it. I'm really trying to get these meetings done.
So we have just the League of Cities.
On city council comments.
Yes.
A couple of quick things. Number one, the South Coast Water District has recently completed their analysis on desalination. I think it's an important thing for San Clemente to be involved with, so I just ask either for a report from them on their desal project, or we begin, I know staff has had some interaction with them, and I think we ought to pursue that, so I'd like the council's kind of consent, if you will, to move forward in discussions with them on their desal project and how we might be involved with it.
Okay, well, I would just make the comment that we have a director of our water utilities.
Right.
And they are in charge of our water sources and what we do, and they bring things to us on it that we don't just go and start negotiating with someone. We talk to our staff on that.
Well,
And see,
the-
because
the
we have
staff- the-
contracts
the
for
staff
water.
can be directed by the policymakers. They've already been in contact with the South Coast. What I'm suggesting is that it go beyond their contact, which they've had substantial contacts and briefings, and that we ask staff, the city manager, to bring that to the council for further consideration.
Well, I don't believe that I've ever seen the director advise the council that we should participate in that. In fact, I remember the council deciding not to do that based on staff recommendation because of the cost.
I can't recall the history, but to Councilmember Noblock's point, there is some new developments with the South Coast Water District, and I'm asking Councilmember Noblock if this would be amenable. What we could do is do 2x2s with the council members to bring them up to speed. And Dave, our utilities director, Rebensdorf, would participate, and we would probably even try to have someone from South Coast Water there as well to tell you the program, tell you the options, and tell you where they're leaning in terms of whether it's a contract or a JPA, and just educate the council on that. I can speak for Dave because he did brief me on this last week, and it's something that he is interested in wanting to talk about and potentially pursue. But there's a lot of factors that have to be taken into
I
consideration.
think that's a good idea.
I think the 2x2s is better because we need to consider it, not just go right in while we're talking about it, because we need to talk to our staff, see what the implications are.
And actually, the South Coast Water District is having a meeting on Thursday,
Correct.
and they're going to talk about that very issue. I was planning on zooming in and watching that. It's a huge issue. We need to address
Yeah.
it.
The second, thank you, Eric. I like that idea, and I think we agree with that. The second item I want to bring is to agendize a resolution supporting the Veteran Cemetery in Anaheim Hills. Currently, the Veteran Cemetery, San Diego, Los Angeles, we're looking for one in Orange County. The Board of Supervisors is supporting it. They're looking for some support. And I'd like to bring a resolution to the council next week.
I think that's already been agendized, is it not? No?
I don't think it's been, a letter of support for the cemetery hasn't been agendized at the council level, as far as I'm aware. And I'm looking at the Madam Clerk. I don't believe it has.
Okay.
So I just like.
I'll
to
support
agendize-
that. I think I asked for that to come up because of letters we got from the county wanting us to do that.
Okay, I
So
wasn't aware of that, but.
the county's
appreciate that.
asked, but
Okay.
I don't know when that could
This
come
is
back.
Don Wagner.
Yeah.
No,
Don,
I think it was Lisa
they're all-
asked.
I think just about everyone. at the
We'll
board
have
is-
But
a-
is,
we can-
is there a time on it?
No, I think
think it was-
it's in process right
Yeah,
now.
it's-
The feds are. in
Something was,
process of
somebody
review. Sooner
requested
the
something by
better, I
October
think.
1st, but I don't think it was the cemetery.
I would say that we would bring it back to the council the first meeting in October.
Okay. That's good.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for that, because I thought that was coming up. That was going to come back to us.
Okay, who was the second on that to agendize?
I'll second that.
And it should be a staff report. So if you need
I
a
don't-
third,
What I'll do is I'll.
it should be the letter. We
I'll
already
cir-
got it from
I'll
the county.
circulate the county letter and the staff report and the details and the resolution.
And
So.
we'll include that as the agenda item for the October meeting.
Right,
And I'll
because
get-
they've
I'll
already
get all
told
that
us
to the clerk.
everything that it needs to say.
I'll get all that to Joanne for inclusion.
Okay. I think city manager, would you get that? Or would the clerk get that?
The clerk should get it,
Okay.
please.
All right.
In light of the late hour, I'll be extremely brief. I think I want to suggest something to my colleagues here. You know, in our town, the beach is the most important thing we have. Our most important asset, the beach, looks like garbage with the sand erosion. And I know we've got a sand erosion problem, a sand fix that's coming that may be delayed another year. I'm thinking maybe we ought to consider appointing somehow a person focused and dedicated to sand replenishment in our town. I know that Public Works Director's doing this, the city manager's doing it, but they've got lots of items on their plate. This is the most important issue in our town, and it'd be nice if we had a sand czar, if you will, or a sand man or a sand person who's totally focused on sand replenishment, not just on a 5-year basis, but on a regular basis. We've got private citizens that even want to explore options about private involvement. So I think I'd like to see if there's any interest or thought in having a focused approach to sand on a regular ongoing basis.
I don't know that we don't have a focused approach.
Well,
Can you update us on that? Because I thought we were, that Mike Levin is working on that.
Correct. So,
And council, we've been trying to talk to them about that.
To Councilmember Noblock's point, our previous Public Works Director, Tom Vonnegut, was our sand guru.
Right.
When he left, we kind of transitioned a lot of that knowledge to Jonathan Lightfoot. Both the sand replenishment project as well as the trolley were the two downloads for Jonathan that had some economic development ties to them. So Jonathan has been kind of running point on making sure that Levin's office is in the know and they're communicating with us in terms of that. I think what Councilmember Noblock is asking for is basically somebody who can be all that as it relates to the
Yeah,
sand
and my
replenishment program.
request wasn't to be critical of staff.
No,
or-
no,
or
I'm not
Public
taking it as
Works.
such.
It's just that this is such an important function and it's one of those bureaucratic, complicated, detailed, time-consuming projects that is always dragging on. And if we could have someone constantly in contact with the Army Corps of Engineers, the Levin's office, and I'm not talking about a consultant, sort of a federal consultant. that
No,
can
I
get us a
understood
meeting with
that.
Senator Feinstein and so forth, but someone that's really San Clemente Beach sand focused on a regular basis, 24/7. They're going to eat, breathe, and sleep this. That's my thought. And I say this in a way to kind of get the burden a little bit off of staff because they've got a lot of things going on. This is one. I'm not being critical. I'm just thinking it's so important that not too many folks have done, other cities have done this, but I just think if we had 24/7 eyes and ears on that project, like a laser beam nonstop, there may be some benefit for our city. That just a thought. I'm not asking for motion. I'm just saying, think about it and see if it, Rise up the flagpole, and see if anyone sees, as they say.
You're talking about an existing employee or recruiting?
Yeah, I
an
can't
employee
figure that out.
to do this?
Not a permanent employee, maybe
No, I
a
understand
temporary
that.
status or, I don't know, Gene, I haven't gotten that far. I just think a focus is.
Because
something that we
there
do
is
about it.
a status of temporary employee that's not reversible, right?
Limited term employee.
Limited term employee. I think that's what you're looking for.
Right.
So I think that's something that you should talk to the city manager about and flesh out before you bring it to a council meeting, because I
Well,
think
have
maybe
talked- I
you
have
guys could
talked-
come
I have
up with
talked to Eric
something.
About it. I'm bringing it up to my colleague just as a concept.
Yeah, I'd have to hear more. I'd have to hear more because I'm worried about the
Very
cost, but
preliminary, and again, I didn't mean to get into
Yeah.
weeds on it, but just a concept,
Okay.
that's all I have on.
And then the other thing is, what would that person's skill set be?
Absolutely, they've got to be totally focused with the skills to get the job done.
If I can
Absolutely.
throw an olive branch out there for Councilmember Noblock, maybe at one of our October meetings, we agendize a presentation on sand replenishment, and we can give an
Well, I'd
update.
like an update on that as well. That's
We can give an
crucial.
update on the sand replenishment. We can give an update as it relates to where it's at in the federal budget. We can give an update to state budget headway that we've made and kind of do a little bit of an educational piece to help at least provide some communication to the council and the public, and then that can continue a further dialogue with the council.
and with that, would you reach out to Mike Levin's office?
course,
Have staff do that?
absolutely,
So we have an
absolutely.
update on where that's
And
at.
it might even be such that that would be something that I suspect his office, because they've been a very big champion for that, they even may want to come and be part of that
You know,
presentation. So-
because it would be good to have someone who knew who to call in the Corps of Engineers, you know, whose door to bang on, you know? Because I think the Army Corps of Engineers holds the key to this whole thing.
Well,
Unfortunately.
that's why we asked for the congressman's help
Yep.
in getting this, because I believe our engineering is done. We just don't have the funding for the program.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the federal budget
Yeah, we've
to
designed
be
it.
allocated to the project. We're ready to go with permits with the Army Corps. We're just waiting for the federal dollars to be
And
released.
it's in the initial budget.
It's in the initial budget. So that's
And
a big
we
hurdle.
told Mr. Levin that, Congressman, that we wanted to see that funded.
Oh, yeah.
We didn't want to hear like it made the first cut. It's like,
Correct.
we wanted to make the final cut.
My
Mayor-
understanding
oh,
is
Ma-
he's prioritized it ahead of all other public works.
I think this has turned into.
Okay,
discussion
you're right.
about The thing. not
Thank
whether
you.
it's
Okay.
Yeah, We've gone too
something-
far. You're
Nothing
right.
else.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Are you finished?
I'm done. Thank you.
Too
Ca-
damn
Mayor
late.
Pro Tem, are you finished?
It's too damn late.
Okay,
It-
thank you
it'll
very
wait.
much. I appreciate that. So let's get to item, the D of,
Do we have to review?
we have to what?
We have to read these?
Well, we have to talk about them, but I have some concerns with number
Ah.
one. These are your positions for
Yes, yes.
the League of Cities. This distribution tax, this 1% where the cities that aren't and online purchases,
Right.
they want a percentage of it and take it away from the host cities that go through having impacts. And I thought it was very interesting that there's a report in here that a host city that has distribution centers, there are impacts. There are great impacts that are fully recognized by the League of Cities. But I don't know about number one. I don't think I can vote on it. There's just not enough.
I make a motion, we
Information.
vote no on number one.
Okay,
Second,
I agree. Okay, so we have kind of what we think number one should be. Do you understand
It's-
that too?
Is it saying, it's saying it doesn't take into account if you have a fulfillment center?
Yeah, it wants
So
to
you
just
get treated
transfer it
the same
around.
As if you don't have a.
They
fulfillment
need to
center?
study it more. They really need to study it more before we all say what we think of that. I think,
If the fulfillment center ships it to Mission Viejo gets the tax, not us.
right, right. But this is where they want to take it out of the general fund of the county that gets this 1% and distribute it to cities that aren't part of that. But we don't know the implications. I just think they need to do a lot more before they vote on
Disagree.
something.
Call for the question.
All right, well, we have more than once. Can we just do
them
a
one at a
preliminary
time?
vote that,
Well, they may be different votes, so we may want to take them one at a time.
Yeah, so this
all right,
one
let's
we're
do one at a
opposing.
time. All right. So who made the motion?
Motion for no.
Okay,
second,
Number one.
second by Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
all right,
Mayor Ward.
Okay, I want to clarify, this is a motion
I is
to
no.
not do it. An aye is a no. Thank
To
you.
not support.
You know, in co-reporting, we ask when someone says that, you know, do they mean yes or no? We clarify that when they do a double negative. Thank you. All right, so number 2,
Oh,
Well, we support that one.
yeah. Yeah, I think we should support it too. It's clearing railroad lines of illegal dumping and encampments and what it actually does is tells the governor to provide money to clean these up because there's no money in the budget.
Was that a motion?
Yes,
Second.
second by, we're trying to get out of here.
Councilmember
Second by
Duncan,
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 4-0.
Okay. And this I had an issue with, I have to say. I understand updating the moniker for California cities to Cal cities. But this recognizing of the diversity caucuses, excuse me, in the bylaws to reflect full contribution the caucuses make. I don't understand why they,
On
the caucuses
on
can.
bullet point 2 you're talking about?
3.2, yeah. To me, and maybe you find this,
Was
the
that a motion
caucuses
for no,
aren't,
Jean?
I
Yes, it
think
was.
that they make contributions.
I'll second Gene motion
What was the motion?
to vote no on the second
Oh,
bullet
okay.
point. I seconded his motion.
Okay, so I'll just talk about why, but then going on to say that they need to add 5 different caucuses individually and put them on the board. I just think we need a lot more information before Cal Cities
I
does
agree.
this.
So
All right.
maybe you don't want
I have
any
no-
of the maybe just the first point then, the change of the moniker?
Yeah,
That's a
that's
ye-
all I would be for. You're right. I think the rest of it is just,
Yes.
I've
on-
never seen
yes
so
on the
many
first
things that
bullet
we don't
point, no
know
on-
enough on.
Yes, on the first bullet point, no on the others. Is that?
Yes.
That's a motion. I'll
yes,
second your motion.
Thank you.
Just-
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
But will it show up that way on the ballot of California League of
It
Cities?
should look just like this.
But will
And somebody's gonna have to vote this way. What we're doing is
Yeah.
saying how we
He's
want.
the
someone to vote.
somebody.
Was
That's
that
why
you?
I'm asking- That's why
Oh.
I'm
These are
asking. the
separate
question.
votes. Each
You'll
bullet
have to
point's a
vote.
Okay, okay.
And-
then I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Aye.
You might have to ask them to split that up because you can't support the rest. If you make a motion
Okay.
and you get enough people to do it, they'll do it.
Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 4-0.
All right, thanks for making that easy. We don't need to do number 12. We just need an adjournment.
Do I need to, okay, I'm prepared to do it. Do I read the note or just the
I
adjournment?
think it would be good to read the note for the public.
Council previously determined not to meet on its regular meeting date of September 21, 2021, to enable members of the city council and city manager to attend the League of California Cities Conference because Proposition 218 CR and R rate increased public hearing was noticed to occur on September 21, 2020. An agenda for the September 21, 2021 council meeting will be prepared to indicate that council members will not be present, but that the city clerk will attend to, 1, formally to continue the CNR rate increase public hearing to an adjourned regular council meeting to be held on September the 28th, 2021. And 2, to adjourn the meeting due to lack of quorum to an adjourned regular meeting to take place on September 28th, 2021. And now the next regular council meeting is scheduled to take place on October 5, 2021. Closed session site items will be considered at 5 p.m. The regular business meeting will commence at 6 p.m. The meeting will take place in the Community Center Auditorium located 100 North Calle, Seville, San Clemente.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Noblock.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 4-0.
We are adjourned.
At 11:15.
Thank you, everyone.
Contact crying out. You-
At 8:30, I have.